Hello and welcome to the CBS Arena here in Coventry for day one of the IBSA World Games Goalball competition. We have already had several other sports kick off this week, but it is now time for the goalballers to have their turn in the limelight here in Coventry. We've got a full slate of games for you across two courts today, starting with USA-Greece here on court one. This is in Group Y. There are in two groups in the men's competition, Group Y and Group X, and the women's competition is also split between two groups in Groups A and B. Quick run through the teams for today then, starting with the USA. They have number 2, Tyler Merrin, number 5, Zachary Bula, number 6, Callahan Young, number 7, Matthew Simpson, number 8, Christian King, and number 9, Lewis Walker. A reminder for those of you new to goalball that 3 of those will be on the court at all times. There are rolling subs. They are coached by Keith Young and assisted by James Wallace and Joshua Wallacott. Their opponents today, Greece, who will be playing in white. They have number 1, Ioannis Skourmpoutis, number 2, Athanasios Chatsipantou, number 5 is Socrates Dingolis. Number 7 is Adriano Bezzani. Number 8 is Grigorios Tatsis. Number 9 is Charalampos Korodakis. Their coach is Antonios Anastos, and he is assisted by Christoforos Sivopoulis and Yannis Makos. So we've got about 9.5 minutes before we start with the first game of the day. A reminder for those of you who are new to goalball, it is 2 12-minute halves separated by a 3-minute half-time period here. You can see the teams just warming up on your screens. There is the Greek number 2, Athanasios Chatsipantou, just getting in some warm-up shots before the first game here. So as I said, 2 12-minute halves, 3-minute interval in between. The winner will be the team with the most goals at the end of the game, or there is also a 10-goal mercy rule, so if a side gets 10 goals ahead of its opposition, then the game will end there. So you can see there the US number 7, Simpson, with his eye shade currently up. Those eye shades will be down for the game, so all players will have their eyes covered by those eye shades to make sure that they have equal sighted vision throughout the game. Nobody has any kind of advantage. So they will not be able to use any eyesight whatsoever to help guide them in the game. They will only be able to use their ears. You can see there them rolling those blue balls across the mat. So those balls have specially designed ball bearings and bells in them, as well as holes in the balls to make those sounds even louder. So that helps guide the players as to where the balls are, where and how to block the balls. You can see there they're just practicing the US their blocking technique as well. So as I say, the goals, there's 3 goals at either end. They stretch the complete width of the pitch, which is the same size as a volleyball court. And it will be three players per team on court at all times. You will see them blocking those goals, lying across the floor, as you can see the US demonstrating there on your left, as they try and protect their goal. And then once they have either blocked the ball, or the ball has been missed, or a goal has been scored, they then have 10 seconds to get the ball from their half over halfway and hopefully have a shot on goal themselves. So a 10-second shot clock as such for each team, every time from the moment they've touched the ball or it has gone out. So 6.5 minutes to go here before we start the first game of this men's goalball competition here at the IBSA World Games in Birmingham. Both Greece and the US just going through their final preparations ahead of the start of this competition. Meanwhile, in Hall 2, we will have Egypt against Lithuania in the other men's group as the first group there. And then I'll run you through the schedule for Hall 1 for the rest of the day. So it will be then the turn of the women's competition with Israel, Japan. Then at 12 o'clock it will be Turkey, Argentina in the same group as this, in the men's group Y. Then at 1:15 is China, Greece, that's in the women's competition. Iran, Ukraine in the men's. Australia, Great Britain at 3:45 for any Great Britain fans wishing to tune in. That's the women. And then at 5 o'clock it will be turn of the British men. They play against Egypt at 5 o'clock. So plenty of games today here at Coventry. Hopefully plenty of goals coming up as well. Obviously the arena here attached to the site of Coventry City Football Club. So we're hoping for plenty of goals today. As you can see, Greece just going through their final warm-ups there, just practicing their shot-stopping skills. We've got just over 4.5 minutes now until the start of the game. As you can see, both teams starting to fill their benches, just go through those final preparations, make sure their eye shades are taped and their equipment is all ready to go. So for anyone wishing to know any history of goalball, it was originally designed in 1946 as a means of rehabilitation for those who were visually impaired in World War II, and gradually evolved into a competitive sport, eventually taking part in the Paralympics, first at the 1976 Paralympics in Toronto, and has had a World Championship since 1978. So we will see officials as well today. You will have 2 referees on the court at all times, ensuring that the rules are adhered to. When a ball is thrown, there will be 4 possible scenarios. Obviously, we are hoping that there will be a goal, but there could also be a block. When a team prevents a goal, we could also be resulting with the ball could be thrown over the sidelines, which means that the game will be restarted by the other team, or a block out, which is where the ball is blocked but then crosses the sidelines, and the game will be restarted by the team that has blocked the ball. So players can move anywhere within their team zone to throw the ball and pass to each other as well, but underarm throwing or rolling is the only thing allowed, no kicking. So, and when they do roll the ball, it must land within their own 6-metre zone before it bounces over, otherwise that will be a foul. So some USA goalball fans in the house here in Coventry, as well as some Australians potentially checking out some of the competition. There is the 90-second warning. So we have 90 seconds to go here before the start of play. Both referees just currently inspecting the eye shades of the respective teams, making sure that they are appropriately covering the eyes. So we're into the final minutes before the start of play here today. Coventry Building Society Arena here in Coventry, part of the IBSA World Games 2023, being held here in Birmingham and the wider Midlands. Referees just completing their final checks, and then we will be underway here. So starting for the US, looks like it's going to be Tyler Merrin, Zachary Booler and Callahan Young. Those are numbers 2, 5 and 6 respective. And there are the Greek starting three, just assuming their positions on the right hand side of your screen. So the referee has the ball. It will be the US to throw first, and we are underway. So that first shot is blocked by Greece. Strong block there down the centre, slide to the right hand side. Greece up the right hand side, that's blocked by number 2, Tyler Merrin, in the middle for the US. Hands it off to 6, Callahan Young, who takes the shot, and that's a block out. So it will be a Greek ball as we resume play. 30 seconds gone in this game so far. It's Adriano Bazzani on the far side for Greece with the shot. Still waiting for the opening goal. One's saved once again, so another block, and we are yet to see an opening goal here. That's wide on the far side from Greece. So the US will get us restarted here. Still waiting for that opening goal. Be the number 5, Zachary Booler with the shot. Here, and he goes up the middle, and that's well blocked by 2 Greeks in the end. Chatsapantou takes the shot, and Chatsapantou has the first goal of the game. So Greece open the scoring. Number 2, Athanasios Chatsapantou with the opening goal. And the far goal right tucked away in the far corner. It's an excellent finish as the US try to answer back but miss the post. So Greece with a 1-0 lead here. As that ball is blocked, and it will be the US ball. It'll be Booler with the next throw for the US. See, he winds up, tries to generate power with that spin, just to increase power and velocity on the ball. More chance of getting a goal, even if the opponents do get a block in, it could roll over them or spin back into the net. Ball currently with Greece. That shot is taken by Bazzani, but it's wide to the right and out over the sideline. Played just under 2 minutes here in the first game of the day in this men's goalball competition. It's a good save from Greece, and you see them there just going to retrieve the ball, bringing them back inside their own zone. And there is another goal. That's an excellent finish once again. And Greece now go 2-0 up. They have taken an early lead here and started very well. So 2 goals for Greece just inside the opening 2 minutes here. Both goals for Greece coming from the number 2, Chatsapantu. They lead the USA 2-0 here as the ball is just being retrieved by one of the referees. So Greece on the far side with the shot. Looks to the near side goal, but that's well blocked by Bula for the US. Zachary Bula throws with power. That's a good block by Chatsapantu there for Greece. And it's a block out as it's gone over the back of his own net. So we're just waiting for the ball to be retrieved here. Greece will get us restarted. Chatsapantu with the ball. He's already scored twice. Can't add to his tally here though. Block out by the US. The US looking to decrease the deficit here. They know they can't let the Greeks get too much of an early advantage. Another block out, so Chatsapantu to restart. Looks for that far corner once again. He's already scored once there, but this time it's a good save from Callahan Young. Good block there. Young passes the ball off to Merrin. Merrin's strike will be well blocked there. Far side by Bazzani. Bazzani's effort is also blocked, so the ball staying in play here. So the clock is ticking down all the time the ball is in play. Reminder, teams have 10 seconds from the moment they've blocked the ball to take a shot. So you can see that urgency on display there from the Greeks. Eight and a half minutes to go here in the first half. It is currently the USA 0, Greece 2. Ball currently with the US, playing in that blue and white kit, Greece in the white. It's a block out from Greece, but it's going to trickle over the halfway line. It's trickled all the way back to the US there, so the US will have possession once again. Effort there from number 2, Tyler Merrin. Goes down the middle, but the Greeks have been very successful at blocking shots so far. Nothing's got past them whatsoever. Quick shot here from the US, trying to catch the Greeks off guard. But they're up to the task. Once again, blocking that. The US just trying to up the tempo here. See if they can catch the Greeks before they're set in defence. Need to score a goal to reduce the deficit here. Currently 2-0 down. Greece, meanwhile, looking to improve on the advantage they've got earlier as that ball is deflected up in the air, and that's well blocked there by Chatsapantu on the near side for Greece off the deflection. You will see plenty of deflections in this sport and teammates having to help each other out. So they throw the ball with such velocity that any deflection could easily lead to a goal. It's a good block out by the US. They managed to stop the Greek onslaught for now. The lead is still at 2. It's a wide effort though from the US. They're going to have to improve their accuracy here. Bazzani for Greece now, with the throw on the far side, but he can't keep that in. And we will reset here with the ball with the US. Merrin moves to the centre, thanks to the far side goal, but that's a good block once again by Greece. Greece's defensive work has been excellent so far. The US now taking quick efforts, but still not able to catch Greece off guard. That ball's deflected up and it'll be a block out. US slightly fortunate there, that could have bounced anywhere. You can see the pace of this game just starting to increase here. The US in particular trying to up the tempo. But both sides just a little wayward with their shots at the moment, so no increase on the scoreline, still just 2-0 to Greece. Effort goes down the middle, and that's well blocked by Greece. Almost a little error there at the back. They fumbled that ball, but get away with it, Greece. So Tyler Merrin with the effort down the middle for the US, but that's easily dealt with once again by the Greek defence. Been very strong with the blocks so far in this game. Already got that 2-0 advantage to play with as well. That ball goes down the far side, and that'll be a block out, so it'll be a Greek ball as we resume play. Just a slight stoppage here as one of the Greek players ties his laces together. We are going to get the floor cleaned at the same time, so important to maintain that the playing surface is nice and dry and not too slippy for the athletes. You can see there as well the Greek bench, the Greek coach just giving his side some instructions there. Antonios Anastasos. So Greece get us back underway, looking for their third goal. The US can't keep that one on their own side, so the ball will be back with Greece. Chatsipantu will have it, looking for his third goal. He's got both Greek goals so far. Just under 5.5 minutes to play in this one, in the first half. Reminder, 2 12-minute halves with a 3-minute interval in between. So fast-paced action here at the Goalball. The US shot goes wide on the near sideline though, so Greece will have the ball back. Wait for the reset. So the ball is back with Chatsipantu for Greece, who fires that to the near side goal, but that's a good block out. US once again attempting their quick shot, but accuracy is eluding them at the moment. Too many balls going wide of the target. Bazzani now has it for Greece on the far side. Aims for the near side goal, but once again a successful block out there. This time by Callahan Young. Young gives the ball to Zachary Bula. Bula will fire up the middle, but Greece up to the task once again. They've been very strong at the back so far. Ball back with the US here, back in the hands of Young. Once again, the Greeks up to the task at the back there. They've been extremely strong. And in fact, we do have an infringement call here. I believe that ball didn't bounce inside the US's own zone, so as a result we will have a penalty shot here. So 1-on-1, and there is the third goal for Greece. So an infringement there from the US. The ball has to bounce on your own, within your own zone before it enters the opponent's zone. Didn't do so from the US there, so as a result you had a penalty for Greece as such. Taken full advantage. Only one defender allowed for those penalty shots, so it's made much harder when they've got to defend the entire court and all three goals. Greece taking full advantage, increasing their lead. 3-0 it is now. Just under 4 minutes to go in this first half. US continuing to fire away at that Greek goal, but with no success. Greece continue to keep them out. Meanwhile, a quick score update from the other game going on over on Hall 2. Lithuania have taken an early advantage. They lead Egypt 3-0. That is in the other men's group. So men's group X, that is Egypt 0, Lithuania 3 is the latest score. So a slight change here for the US as Matthew Simpson comes into the game, making a personnel altercation, and Simpson is straight in, and Simpson scores with his very first touch. So an impact sub for the US there. Matthew Simpson with his very first shot having just come on, and that took a deflection, bobbled over two Greek defenders, and goes into the net. So the US reducing the deficit slightly. It's Greece 3, the US 1. And they're just going to have a quick chat here whilst the playing surface is being cleared. Greece just in a huddle, just discussing their tactics. See there the ball with Chatsapantu. He's been the main threat for Greece so far. Fires up the middle. Returned by the US quickly. Greece up to the task. Well kept out. Ball on the far side. That effort from Bazani is well dealt with. Fired up the far side. Good block out from Greece there. Save from Tyler Merrin there for the US, who fires that one upfield towards the Greek goal, but Greeks once again keep it out, and that effort is going to be wide on the near side from Greece, so it'll be a US ball to restart here. That's in the hands of Matthew Simpson. Can he repeat his feat earlier? One shot, one goal so far for Simpson. Simpson fires, but unable to score this time, so his conversion rate dropped significantly, down to just 50%. Simpson back on the ball now for the US. Moves to the near side, takes the shot up the middle. Bouncing ball well dealt with by the Greek defence there. Greece aim up that far side. They do seem to favour that far side with their efforts so far today, Greece. Unable to score though there. As the US fire wide on the near side. Chatsapantu on the ball for Greece. With the effort, strong block out there from the US, near side. That's Matthew Simpson once again impacting play. He's been strong since coming off the bench. And Simpson's effort is well tipped round actually there, right in the corner that from Simpson. So strong block out there from Chatsapantu round his post. We've got less than 2 minutes to play in this first half here, before half time. Greece looking to extend their advantage, the US looking to reduce the deficit here. 3-1 to Greece it currently stands, minute and a half to go in the first half. That ball is deflected away by the US, out for block out, so US ball restart. Callahan Young, far side, with the attempt. Shoots across the court, towards the middle, but well dealt with in the centre by Greece. Greek shot goes up the far side of the court, and that's deflected away once again from the US defenders. We do have a penalty shot to the US here after an infringement from Greece. So penalty to the US. That's blocked. So it was Tyler Merrin there with the shot for the US after an infringement from Greece. Unsuccessful to take advantage of the one-on-one attempt. So it remains 3-1 here. And that effort from Greece comes off the post. That's a strong effort there. Once again, aiming for that far corner. We've seen that as a tactic Greece have used today. They've already scored once in that far corner. Do favour shots there. But unlucky there as that one cannoned back off the post. So less than a minute to go here as the clock ticks down in this first half. The Greeks aiming for both corners. The US tending to favour in the middle, looking for power and a deflected goal perhaps, whereas Greece generally seems to be going for accuracy over power. So if it from Greece goes near side, that's a successful block out. 30 seconds to go now before the interval. Matthew Simpson hands the ball over to the far side. That's a strong block out there by Greece. Good block there. And the effort looking for the near side corner. Once again from Greece. Good save there by the US. And a little bit of an error as they try and pass the ball between them, but successfully manage it. And that bouncing shot there. Bounce the ball over the defenders. We've got 10 seconds left here in the first half. Both sides trying to get a goal towards the end. We've got 1.6 seconds to go here in the first half. Referees have just blown their whistle here. So we're going to have a slight delay. Floor is currently being cleared. So 1.6 seconds to go in the first half. USA 1, Greece 3. The US will take what in all likelihood will be the final shot of the half here. And that's a good save there from Greece. Down the middle with that final shot of the half, but a strong save there from Skumpoutis in the middle, and that ends the first half of action here. It's the US 1, Greece 3, so we will be back for the second half shortly.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA Anti-Doping App has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA Anti-Doping App. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
And hello, welcome back to the CBS Arena here in Coventry for the opening game of the men's goalball competition. It's USA against Greece. We've just had half time here. We are just all set for the second half, second period of 12 minutes. Greece currently lead the USA 3-1. Three goals from Greece. They took an early 2-0 lead. And they will get the ball to start this second half. So Greece in white on the left-hand side of your screen, shooting from left to right. The US in blue and white, shooting from right to left. First shot of the half is blocked from the US, and they will return fire quickly, aiming near side, but strong block there by Adriano Bazzani of Greece on the near side. Bazzani will fire, looking for the near corner, but unsuccessful to find the back of the net. So the US there firing the effort, hoping to reduce the deficit. Can trail Greece 3-1 here. Effort up the far side, looking for the far corner. Unsuccessful once again from the US. Greece with the bouncing shot. Near side, US return fire quickly. Tempo's been upped already in the second half. US looking for quick shots. Once again, get the ball fire as quick as possible, and this time it does pay dividends as that shot deflects into the middle of the goal. And the US reduce the deficit. They now only trail Greece 3-2. It's a good strike there. It took a deflection off Greece's middleman and just bounced into the back of the Greek net. So 3-2 with just under 11 minutes to go now. That's a strong start for the US in the second half. That's just what they were looking for, a quick goal. Now only trail by 1. So after the great tactical chat there, we're ready to get back underway. Greece with the restart. That attempt is blocked well by the US. And the US fire up the middle. Unsuccessful. Now in the near side for Greece, and the US return fire quickly, looking for that far post. That's a strong block out there on the far side for Greece. Greece with the big wind-up and a powerful effort, but good save there from the US. Near side, Callahan-Young for the US. That attempt is blocked by Bazzani. Bazzani will return fire. Testing the US defence on that near side, that near post, but Young is up to the task. That's a good block out, just tipping it round his post there. So on the court for the US at the moment, Tyler Merrin, Callahan-Young and Matthew Simpson. And that's gone into the back of the net once again, and the US have restored parity here. That's an excellent finish once again on the far side from the US. That was Matthew Simpson. What an impact he's had since coming off the bench. Really seems to have changed the course of this game. He got the first US goal, he's now drawn them level. And it is now 3-3 with just under 10 minutes to go here. So despite Greece getting off to a strong start, they've been pegged back here by the US, and this game is all square. Far side effort from Greece is unsuccessful, and the US have the ball back once again, looking to now take the lead and complete this comeback. Bazzani for Greece fires. Returned by the US. US do certainly seem to take their shots slightly quicker than Greece, trying to catch the Greek defence out before they're set and ready. This is fired up the far side from the US, and it has gone in. So double deflection there from the Greek defence, it looked like. One looked like it had been a successful block, but unfortunately just rolled back into their own net. I'll be slightly disappointed with that, and now they trail, having led for almost all of the game. So it's Greece 3, the USA 4 current score. So Greece 3, the USA 4. Despite leading 3-1 at half-time, the US have had a a really successful second half here so far. Meanwhile, just to let you know, on Hall 2, Lithuania have a huge advantage. It's Lithuania 7, Egypt 1. That's in the other game going on in Hall 2 at the moment. So, USA leading 4-3 here. Greece with the effort, looking near side, unsuccessful. Good block from the US, fired back down the middle. Strong save this time from Greece. Greece hand the ball off to the far side. Shot looking for the middle. That won't go in. Well blocked there by Callahan Young. And Young will fire for the near side goal, but Greece up to the task. Bazzani patrolling this near side goal for Greece. He's been very strong. And we've got another pause here as teams talk things over and playing surface is cleared. So 4-3 the US lead. 8 minutes to go in this game. Been a real come from behind performance so far from the US. Greece will be talking things over. Their half-time team talk certainly didn't go to plan. Conceded 3 quick goals since half-time. Had the 3-1 lead, but now trail 4-3. That discussion at the time out there will just be, how can we best get back in this game? Where's our best bet of finding a goal? US get us back underway after the timeouts there. Greece and Bazzani on this near side with the effort. It's blocked by the US. Fired up, and that block out from Greece on the far side did bobble up a little bit, but got enough of that to push it wide. Chatsapantu on that far side, and Chatsapantu equalises for Greece. That effort goes past the US defence, and we are all square once again at 4-all. So Greece restore parity. US looking to restore their lead as quick as possible. Can't do so. Chatsapantu looking for another quick goal for him. He's been strong for Greece. Both sides looking to get their 5th goal here. With 4-all currently. Both teams increasing the tempo. Quick fire shots coming from both sides of the court. This effort from Greece is well dealt with on the near side by Young. Hands it off to the centre. Shot up looking for the far corner from the US is well blocked. Greece return fire. Well dealt with from the US as they pass the ball backwards. And then fire up looking for that far corner. Just misses the target. Chatsapantu on that far side for Greece, just watching that post. This effort is well smothered there from the US near side. Return fire effort from the US is wayward though. Slightly off with their accuracy there, looking for the corner. Both teams trying to get themselves in the ascendancy here as we head into the final quarter of this game. Less than 6 minutes to go. Tempo has really been upped here, both sides firing back at each other. clock running down all the time the ball is in play. Just as I say that, Greek effort goes wide, so clock will stop here momentarily as we reset. The US to get us underway with that effort. Dealt with by Greece. And that effort from Greece goes into the back of the net, so Greece lead once more. They have turned this back around. And having trailed the US 4-3, they now lead 5-4. It's a superb finish from Greece there. Seen some excellent goals in this game from both sides. At least from that man there, Chatsapantu. Fires once more, this time unsuccessfully. Chatsapantu looking far side. It's well blocked though from the US. Fired back quickly, but doesn't beat the Greek number 2 on the far side. Ball now in the hands of Matthew Simpson. Super sub for the US. Scored with his very first effort. And that ball is in the back of the net. However, the whistle had gone early. Simpson there unsuccessfully managing to land the ball in the required sections of the pitch, so it will be Greek penalty here. Taken by Chatsapantu, and he scores. So Chatsapantu scores once again, and Greece now leads 6-4. So error there from Matthew Simpson costs his side. Greece leads 6-4, so 2-goal advantage for Greece currently. Less than 5 minutes to play here in this opening match of the goalball competition here at the IBSA World Games. Greece firing near side. Strong block from Callahan Young for the US. Young hands it off to the far side, and that effort from the US is in the back of the net, but once again the whistle goes early, and once again it's going to be a penalty to Greece following an infringement. So US ill discipline costing them here at the moment. Matthew Simpson once again with needing to find the balance with risk and reward here, and at the moment he's just the wrong side of it. It's going to be another penalty effort here for Greece following this short break as teams just talk things over. Greece just discussing where they want to aim this penalty. Lead 6-4. A goal here would give them a 3-goal lead with 4.5 minutes to play. Greece having a long discussion over this one, making sure they get the best possible chance to convert here. See there the Greek head coach just patrolling his touchline there. Antonios Anastos. He'll be happy with what he's seen so far with his team 6-4 up. Won't be very happy with the fact that they let that lead slip at half-time, but they've bounced back well in this second part of this second half. Still got a delay here at the moment. Meanwhile, in Hall 2, Egypt have cut the deficit slightly. They now trail Lithuania 7-3. So Egypt trying to mount a comeback there in Hall 2, but tall order that with just 5 minutes left over there. You can see there in the USA goal, Matthew Simpson, the number 7, he got a couple of goals early, having come on as a sub for the US, but given away 2 penalties since. Now the effort from Chatsapantu scores. Chatsapantu scores once again with the penalty. He's been excellent at those for Greece, and it's now a 7-4 advantage for the Greeks. So Simpson punished for his error once again, and Greece now have a 3-goal cushion. They lead 7-4 with 4.5 minutes to go. And the US are once again now required to mount a significant comeback here. And it is going to be a substitution here for the US. Matthew Simpson does step out for the Americans after those 2 errors. It's number 9 of the US, Lewis Walker, coming in to replace him. Just waiting for Walker to get set. Effort on the far side from the US, blocked down the middle from Greece. Pass the ball back to this near side. Bouncing strike. Looking for that US far corner, but successfully blocked and well dealt with by the Americans. Bouncy ball is blocked from Greece, and it goes over their own crossbar. Just over a metre high, these bars, so a good save there from Greece. Chatsapantu, Greeks leading goal scorer in this game, with the effort. This time can't add to his tally. Callahan Young this time for the US. Goes down the middle, but dealt with by Greece. That'll be a block out. Ball has gone out. Referee's just resetting play here. There is a timeout called. Lithuania have increased their advantage on Hall 2. They lead 8-3 now over Egypt. 4.5 minutes to go over there, so it looks like Lithuania are going to kick off their campaign with a win in the other group. Meanwhile here at the moment, Greece look like they are going to start with a win. Unless the US can mount a comeback here. They trail 7-4, 3.5 minutes to go. Greece fire this up the far side, but that will go wide of the far post. US looking near side. That's a good successful block out there from Greece. They'll get the ball back. Chatsapantu on the far side for Greece fires, looking cross court towards this near side US goal, but Callahan Young is there to deal with it successfully now. A bouncing effort from the US. Blocked by Greece. Handed off to Bazani of Greece, near side. Looks for the near post, but can't find it. Just misses his target, goes wide. 3 minutes exactly to play now. US need a goal a minute in this one. Effort up the middle from the US, but it's well dealt with by Greece. Chatsapantu fires, but once again unable to beat Callahan Young on this near side. This effort from the US is, well, deflected off a couple of Greek players, but they've managed to secure the ball, prevent it from going in the back of the net. Another timeout is called here. See a lot of these timeouts called as we get towards the end of halves, as teams look to take as much of a tactical advantage as possible. US know they need goals, so they will be talking things over as how best to try and score some quick goals here. Meanwhile, Greece, this will all be about defence for them. They've got 2.5 minutes to preserve their lead here, so they know that as long as they don't concede 3 goals in the next 2.5 minutes, they'll be starting their campaign with a win. Restart with an American ball here. Need a quick goal here, the US. Ball is over on the far side. A crossfield strike, but that effort is dealt with by Bazzani, near side for Greece. Bazzani's effort far side is unsuccessful, and a quick effort there from the US, and they have got one back. That's an excellent strike, an excellent goal from the US, and they do reduce the deficit slightly. They now trail 7-5, 2 minutes to go. They need 2 goals. And that very nearly trickles into the back of the net, but it's a good save. So the US trailing 7-5, 2 minutes to go here. Big Greek ball at the moment on the far side. That effort goes wide of the far post for Greece, so the US will get the ball back with Callahan Young. And Young's effort is tipped away by the Greek defence. That's well dealt with there in that far goal. Bazzani for Greece. It's tipped round the post. Bazzani looking for that near corner. He's struck most of his shots there throughout this game, but that's tipped round there by the US. A good save there. Minute 40 to go. US need 2 goals. Can't find one on this occasion though. It's a strong block out there from Greece on the far side. Bazzani back with the ball, bringing it back over to this near side for Greece. Favourite area. Once again looking for that near hand post, but US wise to it, and the US effort cannons back off the far Greek post this time. Very unlucky there. Very close to a 6th US goal, which would have meant they were only trailing by 1, but they've hit the post twice in this match, the US. Could feel a little bit unlucky for themselves after this. This effort's well held by Bazzani on defence for Greece. Bazzani's effort, going for that favourite post of his again, once again, unable to find it. Young for the US, fires up the middle. Can't beat the Greek defence though. Greece just running the clock down here. They're getting closer to victory, and that will bring them even closer to victory. That's a great strike on that far side. Once again, it's number 2, Chatsapantu. He's scored most of their goals today, and they now lead 8-5. So a 3-goal lead with 45 seconds to go here for Greece. US have the ball back, but they need to mount a serious comeback here in the final few seconds. Almost every shot has to go in now for the US. That one hasn't, so Greece have the ball back. Chatsapantu, bouncing ball up the middle. Well dealt with. Timeout called. 31 seconds to go now. Greece edging closer to victory in this opening game. Reminder that up next here we will be switching to the women's competition, and it will be Israel v Japan on court 1 and Germany v the USA in court 2, so the US women will get their turn. Greece just setting themselves here. They've got 30 seconds to defend here. Just need to keep out the US for 30 more seconds, and that will ensure victory for them. This effort from the US is fired and well dealt with there from Greece. All 3 defenders almost touching that one. But it doesn't matter how, they just keep the ball out. Bazzani fires up. Near side once again, but can't be the US. A little fumble there at the back from Callahan Young on the ball there. So he fails to gather that. Picked it up at the second time of asking there. There's just a momentary delay here. Seems to be a little bit of confusion amongst the officials here as to what's happening. Less than 15 seconds to go. Does seem to be it's going to be a Greek ball, so that's not good news for the US whatsoever. Only 3 goals in 15 seconds, so looks pretty certain that Greece are going to win this one. Adriano Bazzani has the ball for Greece at the moment. Greek players just in a small huddle, just discussing tactics for these last 15 seconds. The officials now just having a word with each other in the middle of the court. Just making sure they've got that ruling correct. We're going to get restarted for the final 15 seconds here. So Bazzani near side for Greece. Fires a bouncing shot towards the far corner. It's tipped round well by the USA. USA number 9 there. Lewis Walker with that effort. Can't find the back of the net. And this will be the final effort. In fact, they won't even get it off. There it is. So that is the final buzzer. The Team Greece have emerged victorious in this one. They've defeated the USA 8-5. They took an early lead. They went 3-1 up at half-time. Then some very quick US goals at the start of the second half took them in front at 4-3. And a strong comeback from Greece late in the second half. And they just pushed away from the US. Finished 8-5 in front. So 3 goals ahead of the US in this one. They dominated for most of the game. Most of the Greek goals coming from number 2, Chatsapantou. He was their star player. As the teams applaud each other. It was an excellent game. Great goals from both sides in this one. But it's Greece who emerge victorious. They'll take the points. The US, well, work to do for them in their next game. There were positive signs, but too much ill discipline has cost them here. Too many penalties given away, and Greece capitalised with every mistake. So, Greece win this one 8-5. The opening game here is done. The next game will be at 10:45 when Israel take on Japan in the women's competition. So, final game, the first game is done here. It's victory for Greece. They will take the points. We will see you shortly for the second game of Israel-Japan, a 10:45 start.
Welcome to the CBS Arena in Coventry, England, for the second game of the Goalball today. It is Israel versus Japan in the B1 category, and Japan are off to start with, and a good neat save there from Israel. Israel's left wing just going wide on that one. Ball back in play now. Another good save there by Oyahan Uroni. Some good defensive play from Japan. And it's Kaikehati Ako with the shot. But nothing yet as Israel try and respond. Another wayward throw there from Ben David Leahy. The ball's back into play with Hukiwaru Anorika with the shot. Leahy up to that one in defence. He's going with the quick pace here. It's a quick start. Some good defensive play there by the Japanese. Ako with the shot. These two teams sizing each other up. A nice spin shot there from Leahy, but Ayeko up to the challenge. Ronnie for Israel doing her bit as well. A little wayward there from Israel's right winger. Ball out of play at the moment as we wait for one of the goal judges to bring the ball back into play. Of course the clock will be stopping, as you can see, so no time lost. Ball back in play and we're off, up and running. A good shot down the line there, stopped quite easily though by Leahy. He puts the spin throw in. Oh, with a lot of pace. Gone back into the neutral zone. Back into the team area. And Ako with a shot. A good save down the line. And oh, Ako with a good shot and a good save. Norika. Leahy up to they're exchanging blows. Norika not getting any joy down the right hand side. And Orr for Israel gets involved. But is not up to on target there. Ako has had a few shots now. Definitely got her range sorted. Just needs a bit. Oh, we've got the first goal. And in it goes. And David Leahy for Israel. She's been getting her range for the first 3 minutes. And did really well there to get the bounce ball. There she goes again. Slightly wayward off target there from Leahy, but a moment before she made it count to take Israel 1-0 up against Japan. Ako has a go at the centre for Israel. Oyahan Uroni up to the challenge, and Orr, the right wing, gives it a go, but is not there. Going for the more bounce technique. A good save there from Roney. Norika with no joy. really see Ako getting the spin and the curl on her twist shots there. Lee Hee trying to go for some power and pace, but a little misjudgment there. Norika is in. She levels the scores 1-1. She's been going down the line most of her shots, and this time she goes across court, bounces it in, straight tucks it into the corner, and a great effort there from Japan's Hakiwaro Norika. 1-1 it is here at the CBS Arena in Coventry, England, for the IBSA World Games Goalball. Game 2 of the day. Norika again going for it, but only finding the stern opposition of Orr, who shoots her south and is again involved, saving there. Lee Hee is the main shooter for Israel, it appears, and once again just wide, but she's generating some good pace there. Norika going for the corner again, where she had a bit of joy moments ago for Japan's first goal, and Norika doing her bit in defence as well. Ball back in play. Little drinks break, we've got a timeout here. Got 7 minutes 33 left on the clock. 1-1 here for Israel against Japan in the second game of the day at the CBS Arena in Coventry, England, for, of course, the 2023 IBSA World Games. We've got the goal judges there doing a bit of sweeping, a bit like in basketball, of course, with the players on the floor sliding around. There's going to be sweat on the floor, so a little bit of a scrub of the pitch, of the court even, and we're ready to go. Japan are going to start back again with Norika going for that corner where she had some joy moments ago to get the Japanese first goal. And Lee Hee responds for Israel. The defences have been pretty stern for the first 5 minutes of the first half, as Japan change it up with Ako having a go. Israel sticking to their tactic of using Lee Hee, who can really generate some good pace. Strong, powerful throws. Oh, talking of strong, powerful, you've got certainly Norika has got the accuracy. She's liking that corner there. But Mizrahi Orr doing a good job to keep those ones out. Difficult one, and a good effort there, kept out by Japan. Bouncing ball, not easy. Ako has a go. But Mizrahi Orr sporting some purple hair up to the job at the moment. Norika, another effort there. Being kept out by Ronnie. Lee Hee, another effort. There's a lot of Lee Hee and Norika playing prominent parts, prominent roles in this game. A fast-paced game here. Just wide there from Lee Hee. She's chosen definitely to go for the down the line tactic when she's shooting today. There's Japan just mixing up between Ako and Norika as their main shooters, the left and right wing. Not much has gone down the centre. The commentator's curse, of course. That one goes straight down the centre, but Israel are up to it. With Orr. Good defence there by Israel. For those viewers not too knowledgeable about goalball, the pitch is 18 metres long, 9 metres wide, and the goals pretty much fill those 9 metres. So 3 players on each side have to cover those goals. And both teams here doing a pretty good job of it. Israel 1, Japan 1, here at the CBS Arena in Coventry, England. A little bounce ball there from Israel, dealt with well by Ako of Japan. And David Leahy is the main attacker for Israel. Certainly got a powerful shot on her, and going for power rather than the curve or the spin tactic, where Japan employing a bit more accuracy and ball movement as opposed to straight out power, as Norika demonstrates there. Oh, and hits the post. So of course we had a one-on-one shot there. Due to a 10-second shot clock violation, I believe. So we've got 3.5 minutes left of the first half here between Japan and Israel. Both teams' first game of the games. And we've got a substitution here for Israel. Number 6, Ben David Leahy, who's been the main attacker for Israel, swapping in for Mohammed Razin Elham, who has put her face mask on and makes her way to the left wing. So it's a direct swap for Israel, as Orr gets it back underway. It's saved neatly there by Ako of Japan. Norika there with the effort, but Orr up to it. Reiko doing a good job there in the centre of defence. Both defences actually have been very decent in this first half here. Israel definitely employing a more powerful approach, as opposed to Japan's slightly more accurate spin, swerve, curve approach. Ako, though, going for the bounce ball. And there we are with Elham's. An early shot for her, having just come on. Not as powerful as Leahy, but looks like she's got the accuracy. No Rika, no joy with that one. That was a good save there from Amarani Gal. So Elham again going for that far corner, but just wide. Ako had it covered. So Orr is certainly taken on the role of lead attacker. Elham more of a second option, it appears. Japan have been mixed between Ako and Leahy. Sorry, Ako and Norika. And here we are, Elham neatly kept out by the Japanese defence. Just over a minute left of the first half here at the CBS Arena in Coventry, England. It's 1-1, and it doesn't look like either team is going to be adding to that score before the second half. Both defences here doing a decent job. Norika with no joy there. A decent bounce ball there by Elham. But again, the defences are proving stubborn today. Elham trying to inject a bit of pace into the turnaround. Japan taking a bit of their time. Of course, Norika was on from the start. And there we are, that's half time. So it ends 1-1 at the break. We've got 3-minute break where the teams will catch a breath, have a drink, regroup, change ends, and we'll be back shortly for the second half. Israel 1.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA Anti-Doping App has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA anti-doping app. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
So welcome back to the CBS Arena in Coventry, England for the second half of the goalball match between Israel and Japan. It is 1-1 at the start of the second half. They of course have changed ends. We've got 12 minutes as I believe that is the referee. Of course, there's 2 referees and 4 goal judges at each game. The goal judges, as you can see, the back baseline, and we're off of each goal. And then the 2 referees in the central neutral zone judging the game. Oh, we got it! A mistake in defence there from Israel, and Japan take the lead 2-1. What a start for Japan. The defences were so good in that first half, but no Rika of Japan gets goal 2 for Japan, and it is Japan 2 and Israel 1. So Leahy is back on at half time. She of course was subbed off just before the break, but she's back on now, and it will be Leahy and Orr on your left and right wings as your main attackers shooting at goal. Of course for Japan, Ako and Norika have been the attackers doing most of the work in attack. Leahy with a very smooth technique. Of course, the idea is to try and limit the ball, the noise of the ball, to as little as possible, to make it more difficult for the defence. Of course, the bounce technique, you could probably get more power, but it is louder. So interesting to see here the different tactics employed by the both teams. Leahy going for the bounce across, angled shot there, but Japan's defence well up to that. Ako getting her body in the way and responding with a shot of her own that Orr is more than up to. Ryoko has been solid in that Japanese central defence, as has Roni of Israel. And of course, That goal, straight as the second half, started, has put Japan in the lead, as is a timeout. The Israeli coaching team to have a quick word, and for the goal judges to give the floor a quick mop, so no one is slipping. As you'd expect, Israel taking that little bit longer to try and pass over the messages from the coaching setup. Japan just want to keep this momentum going and are ready and waiting to defend. Lee Hee with the ball. Nice smooth, going for the spinning option, but straight into the body of Rieko. Or now, sporting her purple hair, going for some power, which Japan are more than up to. Norika, gone for the spin and down the ball, it's bounced off Roni's left foot, taking the deflection, and Japan have flown into a 2-goal deficit to make it 3-1 over Israel. What a start to the second half for Japan. That, of course, is a prime example of the value of a bouncing ball. It may be louder, but you're not quite sure, your perception-wise, of where the ball is bouncing. And it came straight off the foot of Roni, then deflected into the goal. And Israel looking a little bit deflated at the moment. And they're making a change in the central defence there. Number 3, Hermione Gal, coming in to take up her position in the centre of defence after Israel leak a couple of early goals in the second half. Or now, trying to do her best to get Israel back into this, as Norika goes cross court. Lee Hee there, smooth technique, going for the corners but just wide. She seems to have honed her angles in, got the dimensions of the court, understanding them a bit better. It was a bit wayward to start with in the first half, but getting tighter and tighter now. Japan definitely changing their tactics and going for a bouncing ball tactic, as they've had a bit of success from that in the start of the second half. Ako and Norika sharing up the attacking duties. It's Ako's turn now. He goes for a real bouncing ball there, but Israel this time well up to it and keep it out. Lee Hee, oh, that is a great effort there and a brilliant bit of defending. Norika, just with her outstretched leg, gets that. It got past the central defender, and Lee Hee unlucky there. A very decent effort from her, as another timeout is called. Both teams, of course, have their coaching set up. It will have their tactics, and will have to be making the call of how the two teams are playing. A definite change of tactics by the Japan side at half-time, and gone for accuracy and spin in the first half. Have gone for a faster, more direct bounce ball approach, which has borne fruit for them. And there is Norika but or more than up to it. Ako again looking to confuse the defence. Leahy, a very good player, great technique, the ability to spin, curve, power, bounce. She's got it all in her locker, but at the and she needs it all, because at the moment they are 3-1 down. And Japan are doing a good job. They've got a comfortable lead at the moment, but it doesn't take much. But Japan's defence has been pretty solid today. Number 7 there, Takahashi. Ryoko has been solid in defence there. She's led the defence brilliantly. As the ball bounces around, I think that went out. No, the goal judge has deemed that the ball did not go completely over the line. Israel just with the fingertips managing to hold on to that. Japan unlucky there. Could very well have been 4-1. As Leahy, Leahy scores. Leahy, a well-deserved goal there. She's been tirelessly going at it all day, and finally she's got her reward. 3-2 to Japan. Israel claw one back, and we've got an interesting last 5.5 or so minutes to go here in the CBS Arena in Coventry, England, as Israel take on Japan. Day 1 of the goalball competition at the IBSA 2023 World Games. Of course, both teams have 10 seconds to get the ball away before incurring a one-on-one penalty shot. So it is a quick turnaround, and as you'd imagine, you get a chance for the coaches to come on and take a timeout, having just scored a goal. Both sets of coaches will be keen to pass on their messages to their teams as we get closer to the end of the game. So a little over 5 minutes left on the clock. It's 2-3 to Japan. Japan sticking with not making too many changes, neither side making too many changes, as Orr has a go, but Norika once again in the way. She lines up and sets herself up for another bounce ball down the middle. Hamarani Gal getting in the way of that one. What can Leahy do? Can she? Oh, nearly. It's taken a deflection off Ako, and it's just risen over the crossbar. Israel so close to drawing level, but not close enough. Bounce balls proved difficult today. Oh, good effort there as well. Good save in the end by Ako. And you can sense the nerves are starting to jangle a bit as we come towards the end of the game. A little over 4.5 minutes left. And definitely getting close here. Nerves are starting to play their part. Oh, it's a good effort there by Leahy. This is when both teams need to stay calm, keep their wits about them, communicate to each other. Of course, communication is such a vital part of goalball. working together as a team. A little over 4 minutes left. 3-2 to Japan here over Israel. The clock, it keeps ticking as Lee Hee goes down the middle. Puerto Rico's more than up to it. No Rika denied. Oh, a good stop there by Ako. Beaten Rieko. So we got another timeout. So a little under 3.5 minutes on the clock. And the game is getting a wee bit nail-biting here in the CBS Arena in Coventry, England. 1-1 at half-time. Japan then scored 2 quick goals after the break to take a 3-1 lead. And a cracking goal from Ben David Lee Hee has brought Israel back into the game. And still one behind. But the pressure is starting to build a bit on Japan. Both teams taking out a lot of timeouts to try and regroup, get the tactics right. Lee Hee here. Can she pull another one out the bag? Not this time. Ako doing her defensive duties before taking up her attacking role. Likewise, Mizrahi or putting in a full shift today. Lee Hee moving around the court, changing her angles, but Japan more than up to it. Bounce ball to no avail. Gal holding that centre of defence. Israel done well here in the second half in defence after conceding those 2 goals. Quick goals after half time. They've tightened it up as they make a change here. Checking the masks. The eye are all covered and they can't see anything as Mohammed Razin Al-Ham rejoins the game. And Lee Hee, off she gets. Oh, it's nearly broken through the Japan defence there. But Ako's right foot just doing enough to stop that one. Lee Hee, every time she gets the ball, you think there's an opportunity. Oh, again. Ako has... Both wingers have actually been making a huge impact for Japan. Lee Hee, what can she do now? With the clock ticking over 2 minutes, she's gone down the centre. But Rieko denies her. Elham. Norika. No avail. Lee Hee gets the ball again. With Japan. Seem to have got their defensive lines in coordination. They've calmed it down, and they seem to be in a better place now as we have another timeout. Tactics coming into play here in the second game of the opening day of Goalball between Israel and Japan, B1 category. It's 3-2, 1-1 at the break. 2 quick goals after the break took Japan into a 3-1 lead. But Israel got one back through their lead attacker, Ben David Leahy. And she has the ball right now. And we'll restart after that timeout with 1:20 on the clock. 1 goal behind. What can she do? It's accurate, but so was the defence. .5 seconds on the clock. Israel, you feel, are going to have to do something pretty sharpish if they're to try and salvage something from this game. Japan will take a bit of time out of the clock. Of course, there's a 10-second shot clock, if you like. But they will take a bit more of their time. As you'll see, Israel will get the ball as quick as they can and get it back into play, as time is not on their side. Can Leahy bring something out? Oh, no. Akko more than up to the challenge on this one. 10 seconds or so to go. Expect... Oh. Clock has stopped. We have a break in play for a substitution. Looks like Mizrahi Orr is going to come back on for what will probably be the last play, or maybe last couple of plays of the game, with 9.2 seconds on the clock. Can she be the difference and grab a draw for Israel? So Leahy is going to go with it. Save there. Japan will take there. And the clock has stopped again. There's Japan. Have a one-on-one shot. No, sorry, I apologise. They're back in. Oh, the clock is gone, and that is it. Japan have just held out, ran down the clock, and the final score here is Israel 2, Japan 3. And you can see a very happy, excited Japanese team as they kickstart their Goalball games with a 3-2 win over Israel. So the two teams will line up opposite each other, pass on their congratulations to each other, show their appreciation to the fans. There you are. The Japanese very happy with that one. And so they should be, as they start their games here at the CBS Arena in Coventry, England, with the final score being Israel 2, Japan 3.
Well, we're less than 90 seconds away from another game here in the Goalball tournament here in Coventry, here at the CBS Arena to be more precise, as we see Turkey men against Argentina men, as both these two countries get their campaigns underway in what is of course the first day of competition in goalball for both the men and women's. And we already saw earlier on, just before us, Japan narrowly squeezed past Israel, winning by 3-2. Here we get to see how Turkey and Argentina will fare here in Coventry, which of course is not directly close to Birmingham. It is in the Midlands, albeit probably towards the east side of the Midlands. And of course the CBS Arena, which does host lots of different sports, including of course the English Championship side Coventry City, of course, play their games here now. It did for a period of time formerly have Wasps here before there, of course, their money problems led to them not playing here. So we are close to getting underway here as Turkey and Argentina face off. Turkey left to right, Argentina right to left. If you are new to goalball, just a basic description, there are 3 players on the pitch, 3 substitutes, of course, which can be used. 12-minute half, so it's a 24-minute match overall. There are 2 rectangles in each side, all marked in red. And, of course, the yellow neutral zone, of course, the players can't step inside it to get the ball. So in terms of the way they attempt to throw it, almost think of it a little bit like 10-pin bowling, where you're sort of just trying to hit the pins down, but in this case trying to hit the goal, which, of course, stretches the entire width of each half. We are about to get underway here. Crowd in attendance. There's a couple of Turkey shirts. No doubt there'll be a couple of Argentina shirts as well. There's the rubber ball, which has 2 bells inside, which is blue, is going to see Turkey start us off. So lovely rotation spin there as the shot coming in, and Argentina are able to thwart them. It is quite fast-paced as we see the shot come in from Argentina. Turkey able to keep it at the centre, was the player who was able to get there, and of course they can use their feet to block, but they can't use it to, of course, throw it or have it towards goal. Nieva with the block, and Argentina get the resulting shot in, but the Turkey centre was able to deflect it behind himself and then get it on the line, and then the resulting throw is one that Argentina are able to deal with as Aloy Nieva stops it, the centre, and just gets himself back onto his knees. Shot then is in from Brites. The right side, of course, is almost a right winger, a left winger and a centre. The centre is usually the main blocker and defender. As we now get to see the next Argentina player, which is Mateus Miranda, shoot. So we have seen Brites and Miranda shoot for Argentina. How will Turkey fare here? It does go off the court and it is wide. Of course, Argentina have been predominantly featuring in the blind football as well. They've been going well in the women's side of the draw. As the shot is in from Miranda. Turkey able to defend it, so we're around about sort of a minute plus into this one here. Turkey 0, Argentina 0 here in Coventry. As the throw comes in, sometimes you do see different types of shots. There is sometimes rotation, spin type shots, and there are just sort of straightforward, sort of underarm shots towards goal. As the Turkey left winger gets the shot away, which is dealt with by Argentina. Still yet to have a goal here as the number 7, Tuncay Karakaya, will now take aim for Turkey. And the Argentina defence able to get in the way of it. And Nieva stopped it and then did stop it going over to the yellow line, that neutral line where of course they can't cross. And it will mean that if they do and the ball does land in the sort of opposition half, then the opposition, will get the resulting shot. So almost think of that rule like a little bit in dodgeball, where of course you can't step in the opposition half. Sometimes you do see different types of angles for shots. You will sometimes see shots go straight towards the centre, or some go in the corner. And there's certain technique, as I mentioned, you will see some spin type shots, as well as just shots that will just be straightforward, throw it as hard as you can, underarm ones, and that is the case there with Brites, who had a go, but Turkey there to stop him, and as a throw comes in from Ojan Yilmaz. Again, though, Argentina are able to get in the way of it. And remember, there is only 10 seconds they get to actually take aim and throw the ball towards the opposition goal. So they have got to get it, and very much quickly think where they've got to try and throw the ball to, and where. So far, both sides have been able to thwart the other one with the throws that they've thrown towards them, as Miranda shoots for Argentina, playing on the sort of left side of the court. And then Turkey are able to score. They are the ones who draw first blood in this one, and they've been able to get themselves in front. Argentina tried to block it, were unsuccessful, and it's been helped in. And we're just under 9 minutes of this first half to play. Turkey are in front and have got the breakthrough. As now we see Ojan Yilmaz shoot, and it's deflected again, and it will go into the net, and it's 2-0. Well, diving in front of it was the Argentine player. It bounced off him, over him, and in to the corner of the goal. And Turkey, so soon after striking a first, have been able to score again with Hussein Alkan, who's got both their goals to put them 2-0 up. As we get a chance to see both the goals yet again here, as the timeout has been called. So a chance for the sort of pitch to have a brush over on each half, and a chance for players to get some fluids on board. Of course, the one interesting thing about goalball, as well as the eye protection, it's got to make it a level playing field, so there's no advantage, and also the players can't move those eye protection or eye shades themselves, can they? They have to keep it on, and no matter how hot and how sort of stuffy the arena can be at times that they play in, they have to keep it on. So we're back underway. Argentina throw towards the Turkey goal. Turkey deal with it, then they throw it to the Argentina goal. Likewise, they deal with it. As now Miranda gets the throw away, and then using both his legs to save it was the number 2 for Turkey, Ojan Yilmaz, who is the sort of left of the centre Alkan. Brites then with the throw, right into the midriff of Alkan, who then just throws it behind him to Ojan Yilmaz, who will go very close to the landing area in his own half. Of course, it is a square, but it's split into 2 sort of rectangles. Remember, the first rectangle has to see the ball land in there. It has gone through there from the Argentinian player, which is Miranda, but Turkey standing strong. Of course, the balls, as I mentioned, do have 2 rubber bells in them to make it easy for the players to locate, because, of course, they aren't able to see. But it's going the way of Turkey at the moment, who lead by 2-0. Miranda will then spin and throw, but it's straight into Alkan. Shooting does seem to be a little bit below par from the Argentines at the moment, as they're able to block it there with Brites, and then they're able to get another shot away. Well, this is a sport that in the Paralympics in Tokyo, Brazil managed to win, so Argentina looking to eclipse or sort of try to match what their neighbouring South American country did in the Paralympics by winning here at the World Games in Birmingham, as the Shot is coming. It did come off Alcan, and Yilmaz was also diving for it. Did appear to come off the both of them, but they did most importantly stop it. Of course, it isn't like in sort of blind football where it takes a deflection and it's a corner for your side. It's just a case of stopping the goal being scored and stopping the shot, and you will get it back if it's in your own half as the shot comes in. And Turkey are 3-0 up. In by Chunchai Karakaya. There was only one Argentina player on the pitch, and it was the centre, Nieva, who was trying to stop it. But Karakaya throws it past him, and Turkey have an unassailable lead here, which I think Argentina, probably seeing the way they're shooting in this game, I don't think are able to score 3 or 4 goals from. But what they have got to try and do is make sure that it doesn't get worse for them, as Nieva stops it and then gives it to Miranda, who will throw it. However, though, Hussein Alcan is in the way of it. Standing up on his feet now for Turkey is the number 7, Karakaya. The shot is defended. Goalball does get underway, so Brites off for Argentina. And Leonardo Manu Yasmin is going to be coming on for Argentina. Just going through his final checks before he enters the court. Of course, the officials have got to see if the eye protection and eye shades are all good. Of course, they have the white sort of patches that look like sort of plasters that go on the eye first, or eyes, I should say. And then, of course, they have the eye shades that go over on the outside. All seems well. Nieva will spin and throw. Tries to go to the left of the goal, but it's saved. Turkey keep it out, and then it bounces off Nieva, and then Yasmin has to go behind him and just dive and throw himself to try and stop Turkey going 4-0 up, which he has managed to do. As we see Ojan Yilmaz now look to make it 4-0 to Turkey with just over 6 minutes to go. Put a lot of spin on that, but it didn't spin away from the Argentine centre, Nieva. Yasmin, the sub, with the shot. Came on for Brites just a few moments ago. Zalkan had the rubber ball in his hand. Throws it away. Of course, we have the 2 officials on the pitch, Andrea Kumer and Kazuto Ono, who are keeping a close eye on this game. Of course, it is a 6-team squad that you have in Goalball. 3 subs, 3 players. Nieva goes a couple of yards, spins, but it's low and straight at the Turkey defence, who are able to deal with it, as they have done every single other shot in this first half. So again, Argentina looking to get a route back in the game, maybe give them the belief back. 5.5 minutes of this half to play. Spinning is now the number 2, Yilmaz, and Turkey get a 4th. Wonderful rotation spin, a full 360, and then he just threw it into the goal. And it's getting a bit sorry now for Argentina, who were 4-0 down. And in truth, that throw from Yilmaz was just one that Argentina were nowhere near keeping out. There's the 3 Turkish players on the pitch, Alcan, Yilmaz and Karakaya, just switched round. Karakaya now playing in the middle. He will then throw it and will score, with of course only one Argentine player on the pitch, which being it was Leonardo Manu Yasmin. Turkey get a 1v1 shot against Argentina and have scored, as they now lead by 5 goals to 0. And we still remember have a second half to come and still 5 minutes remaining of the first half. Turkey add to what they've already got, or would Argentina look to score? It's now spinning and throwing is Yilmaz. Just coming up towards the first line of his little rectangle that they find themselves in. Which, of course, is split into two from a big sort of square. Spinning by Karakaya into the legs of Nieva, who was in front of it. Yasmin then with the shot, and then it doesn't even reach the Turkey player to the left of Alkan, because he just flings himself in the line of fire and is able to get there first. Ball off the court, last touch of an Argentine player, so it will be Argentina who will get a shot at goal here, with two Turkey players off the pitch. It's a chance here for Mateus Miranda to get one for Argentina and make it 5-1. Spins and will not score, because using his left side to keep it out is Ojan Yilmaz. The best chance Argentina have had to score, of course, they get a lot more of the goal to aim for. They're not just beating three players, they have to beat one, of course, with two of the wide players going off the pitch, so they only have to face the centre. Almost think of it like a bit of a penalty in football, but you from your own half to the other one. Of course, it is a court that is 18 metres by 9 metres, so very small court, even though it is quite wide off the pitch as well. But, of course, the temporary stands here at the CBS Arena, Hall 2, quite a little bit away from the actual pitch. So it does appear as though that we're just seeing a bit of tape go down into the Turkey half of the pitch, which has now been sorted out, so we will get back underway shortly. Clock stops on 4 minutes 31 seconds. Of course, as well, that is what is left of this game. It doesn't go up in terms of reaching the 12 minute, it goes down towards 0 in Goalball. You're a bit unsure as to why the clock was going down. Shot will go towards the Argentine goal. Defended well. Well, for the last few minutes, they've not conceded, Argentina, so they're doing something right, but certainly not enough rights in this first half, as they are trailing 5-0 and are going to have to produce an absolute miraculous comeback if they're to salvage anything from their opening game. Nieva turning and spinning off the court, off target. No problem whatsoever from the Turkey perspective, as there is a drinks break and a timeout called. Coaching staff can come on and speak to their players. Turkey away to my left doing that. Argentina's coaching staff doing the same as well. Turkey lead, remember, by 5-0. We had 5 goals in the previous match between Israel and Japan, which Japan would win by 3-2. Argentina have already made a change in this first half, with Leonardo Manu Yasmin coming on. Matias Brites being replaced. So we're going to be back underway. Just over 3 minutes to go. Whereby Ojan Yilmaz is out for an Argentina ball. He was off target. He was trying to find the near corner to him. He is playing over, of course, on the sort of left side of the court, or on your picture right. Sorry, playing on the left side of it, I should say. I was getting just a little bit confused, but shot came to nothing. He's just petering out here a little bit, this one. Spinning his Karakaya. Straight at Nieva. Their shots aren't really going past Nieva at the moment for Turkey, but they've gone past enough of them to be 5-0 up. He's going to take a fair old run up, go very close to the landing line in his own half there. Was the Turkey player. It was in the end well defended by Argentina. On the spin is Miranda. Tried to catch out Karakaya, who was able to deal with it. As they've managed to go 6 goals up with Karakaya scoring. Lovely spin, and he got it away from the number 2 Manu Yasmin, who couldn't stop it. And Turkey are running away with this game. They're getting further and further away from Argentina. Karakaya will go for it. Not so lucky putting it into the corner with that attempt, as Nieva in front of the shot and there to get in the way of it. Shot in by Yilmaz. Defended by the Argentines. Shot comes in by Yasmin. You do get a lot of opportunities, don't you, in goalball? Everybody is a regular watcher will tell you that. So to have the shot count that they've had and be unsuccessful for Argentina is going to be a real bitter disappointment on their behalf. So we're just under 2 minutes away from the conclusion of the first half. That's the only player standing up for Argentina's Miranda. He's going to go a couple of yards towards the middle line of his own half. Does shoot, but it's one that the Turkey defence is able to grasp and understand where they were going. Of course, some shots you do see take bounces, so they will go in the landing area of the opposition half, then go into the second sort of rectangle, which certainly is interesting for the opposition players that are defending it, because then they want to work out if they don't go underneath the ball when it bounces potentially over them, so they want to be in the right position. Or you will just see the opposition attacking players throw it across the floor with a lot of pace and avoid bouncing it, as Turkey have got a chance to go 7-0 up as the shot will come in. Well off cue. The only man defending for Argentina there was Leonardo Manu Yasmin, as Nieva and Miranda are off the pitch. Yasmin over to the right of the goal. Nieva in the middle. The left of it is, of course, where Miranda is at the moment. It was Miranda who just had the shot. So for the first time from a 1v1 shot, Turkey unsuccessful. Shot comes in. It goes off Yasmin. And Turkey are 7-0 up. Well, what a lead they're having in this first half. Argentina now, they've still got 12 minutes and a half to play yet. We're getting into the stage. It could potentially be a cricket score for Turkey. Karakay goes for it again. It goes off the legs of Yasmin, and will be an Argentinian ball, but the officials just checking the protection on the eyes of one of the Turkey players. Of course, they're not allowed to touch their face mask unless the ref gives them permission, or one of the officials. And number 2, Ojan Yilmaz, is the player who is having his eye shades checked. See if they are, of course, not giving him an advantage. Of course, players are either completely blind or have less than 10% vision play this, so if you do have that 10% vision, it is essential that you have the sort of same non-visibility as a player who is completely blind, which of course is one of the big things in certainly blind sport. Throwing the ball is the number 7 Karakaya, who went towards the near side of the goal, which of course, as you've already worked out by now, stretches from one end of the pitch to the other in terms of width. Spinning and throwing is now Miranda. Did take a deflection. They had to get hold of it on the second one there, the Turkey defence. So they've got 10 seconds now. Argentina to throw it, which is exactly what Yasmin will do. Diving and getting two hands on the rubber ball is Yilmaz. Time is ticking. As the buzzer sounds for the end of the first half, in which Turkey have been mightily impressive, and Argentina anything but that. 3-minute break here as it is Turkey 7, Argentina 0. And we're going to get a word from IBSA as it is Turkey 7, Argentina 0.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA anti-doping app has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA anti-doping app. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
Five seconds away from the second half getting back underway. Both sides swap ends. Argentina left to right, Turkey right to left in this second half. Second half buzzer sounds as it is Argentina 0, Turkey 7. Yes, you have heard that right. Turkey were far superior in their finishing than the Argentines were. Very much now damage limitations for Argentina as they are playing for pride. As it will be Nieva who will be the first player to throw. Bounces and, as you can hear from the officials, goes out. Turkey in red with white flashes down the sort of left side of the shirt. Argentina in a darker blue, not a striped jersey as we often associate with them in sports, but just a dark blue jersey for the Argentines for this one here. Turkey to get an 8th goal just 20 plus seconds into this second half. Looking to go and find that corner of the left goal was the Turkey player, the number 7, Tunçay Karakaya. They're still yet to make a change. Turkey. So they have got Alkan and Yilmaz off the pitch, so it will be a throw by Yasmin, who will score. So Argentina are on the board. A 1v1 shot which they are able to put away and put into the back of the net. So it is 7-1. Just 6 more to go if they are to make it level on the scoreboard. It's now Turkey. Throw towards goal, through the middle with Nieva in the way of it. Rotation spin, gets the shot away or throw away. Defended well by the Turkey defence. Which, of course, as I mentioned, they lead by 7-1. Yasmin, who got the goal for Argentina with his latest attempt to try and close it down further on the scoreboard. However, though, straight into the legs of the Turkey defence. You are allowed to, of course, use any part of your body as you're on the floor. You can use your legs, you can use your face if you have to stop a goal going past you, but of course you have to use your hands to score or to throw. Just getting the shot away is Karakaya for Turkey. Dealt with there by Alkan for Turkey from the Argentina shot. It's actually worth for the end of the half for both sides in terms of the 3 players on the pitch. Yasmin shooting low. Sort of along the floor. Did take just a slight little bounce off the ground, but didn't go above Alkan as it's defended well by Turkey. Nieva spilt it, but behind him was his teammate in the sort of second rectangular net area was Yasmin. Which, of course, here at Coventry CBS Arena. Hall number 2. Because if you haven't been to the CBS Arena, it is a nice venue indeed. And there has been another goal, and it has gone for Turkey. Ozan Yilmaz has made it 8-1. So they've got a 7-goal cushion back. There's Miranda with the spin, throws it, and Turkey defend it. However, the very next shot, just after they've scored, can't lead to a 9th goal. Well, who would have maybe have put this down, that Turkey would wipe the floor with Argentina? Interesting to see what the reaction would be for people, of course, who are regular watchers of Goalball, and the official Kazuto Ono has, of course, blown his whistle because Nieva was trying to get the ball back into his own half inside the sort of neutral zone, which is marked out in yellow, right in the middle of the court, which, of course, the players are not allowed to do in Goalball. So shot is in from Yasmin, which Turkey get in the way of. As I mentioned, the CBS Arena is hosted in the past, of course, Rugby Union. Former Gallagher Premiership side Wasp played here for a couple of years out on the main pitch. And of course, Coventry City, of course, were close to getting into the Premier League last year. Yeah, part of the second tier in English football. Of course, play here as well. Of course, it is a venue used for other things as well. Notably, what of course was formerly known as the Rico Arena. Well, there's a throw that's gone off the court from Yasmin. So the clock has stopped on 8 minutes 18. As it is Argentina 1, Turkey 8 in this game. Looking to strike again, Turkey with Karakaya. Unable to find a way through though. Equally our Argentina with an effort off target from Leonardo Manu Yasmin, who came on in the game for Matias Brites. So only 2 goals scored in this second period. With 7 minutes 53 seconds left on the clock. Of course, remember, just a reminder, you only get 10 seconds as an attacking player to try to score in goalball or to throw it towards the opposition's goal. Hold it on longer, you will get penalised, which is something that they will know. Bilal Tekin, as you can hear, is going to come on and beat Turkey's first change of the afternoon as Ozan Yilmaz is replaced, with Tekin coming on. Of course, they do have Yunus Emre Akyurs and Asim Kurt on the bench as well, as now Ozan Yilmaz. Argentina have number 1 Oscar Adolfo Silva Mendes on the bench, as well as Mario Velardes. Brites already come off, who started the game. They did bring on Leonardo Manu Yasmin for him. Nieves looking to get Argentina second in this match. Turkey, they're there to deal with it. Alkan was trying to save it, but it would be dealt with by Karakaya for Turkey, who's, as well as defended quite a lot, scored a few of their 8 goals, I should say. And stop it from going off the court was saying Alkan within the laws of the game, of course, because it was inside his own half and not on that sort of yellow square where the neutral zone is. So Nieva has defended it. Yasmin and Miranda are around him. Maybe just thinking about what they do next. As for Argentina, it's now just a case of making the scoreline respectable. Neva spinning as well as the number 3, and then the shot comes in, and Yasmin scores again. So it is now 8-2. Of course, the only player on the pitch defending that for Turkey was Bilal Tekin. Alkan and Karakaya were off the court, away and on the side of each post, on that very long, wide goal. So it is now 8-2. As Argentina to score again, which they have, as it's Matias Miranda who's got it. So it is now 8-3. Not quite panic yet amongst the Turkey camp, you'd imagine. But if there was to be another 2 goals perhaps, then that's when the worry comes, as the post has been hit by Tekin from his throw, which he was stood up to make. So it will be an Argentina throw. Nieva spinning, going quite close to the far line and scores. Beats the diving Tekin, who was unable to make the save. And Argentina have scored 3 quick-fire goals. That has meant the score is now 8-4. Nieva saves, and this is pretty much, feels like come out of nowhere for Argentina. As Miranda will spin, bounces in his half, and then goes in. Or I don't think it actually went into the opposition landing zone. You could see the Argentinian coaching staff, and in particular the head coach, Damian Pelozzo, put his hands behind his head. He knew very quickly he couldn't quite celebrate. This is a 1v1 shot. Turkey have scored, so it is now 9-4. Of course, that was what led to that 1v1 shot, was the fact that the ball didn't go in the landing zone. That first rectangle in the sort of opposition half, which has led to Argentina conceding again, and Turkey are going 9-4 up here in the first game for both. This goes off the chest of Yasmin from the shot from Tekin. That's off him, and it will be an Argentina ball. Low across the floor with pace and power. Turkey, though, in the way of it. Of course, those balls are sort of rubbery, so they are quite light. Of course, Imagine you were throwing yourself and sort of blocking it like it was a sort of medicine ball. I mean, that would hurt. So you always do see players stick their sort of front side out to block it. As timeout has been called with just under 6 minutes to play. Chance for some of the sort of officials on the court to just sort of give a bit of a once-over with a brush.
Did Nick message you about white balancing next
And a
door?
chance to get some fluids on board as well. And just some instructions perhaps from the coaching staff member just before this game. Japan were 3-2 winners over Israel in a very narrow game. So we're back underway as Turkey look to get to double figures and get to the magic 10. Yasmin with the throw. Defended by Alkan, who stops it going into the neutral zone, a bit an Argentine ball. He was on his knees, skidded and slid and got there. Did Hussein Alkan. As Eloy Nieva tries to get a fifth for Argentina. Of course, at all times and in all of the sports at the blind games, the crowd have to be quiet as well as the coaching staff. Of course, in blind football, a little bit different because guides can give instructions, or certain areas of the pitch they're allowed to give instructions, but in goalball, you have to be quiet. So the players, of course, can hear the bells inside the ball and sort of hear the bounce and hear the sort of shots that are coming towards them. As it's a dream start as it stands for Turkey. They are less than 5 minutes away from a 9-4 victory to kick off their World Games tournament. Off to a flying start here at the CBS Arena, one of the various halls that they provide, as Yasmin came in from the near side into the middle. Nice sort of pirouette and throw, which Turkey are able to defend. I think Argentina are planning a change as we look like we're going to see a player come on for them. In the meantime, they have been able to defend Turkey a throw towards their goal. As they will now make a change.
Substitution for Argentina coming off the court. Number 2, Oscar Adolfo Mendes Silva is replaced.
As the change has been made, and Argentina will now bring on their replacement. So it is Turkey 9, Argentina 4. Argentina the left side of the court. Turkey the right side of the court. Throw in by Manu Yasmin and denied by the Turks. In the way of it is Miranda. Nieva then will throw it. However, that goes off the stomach of Alkan, who was sort of making the save like you would in sort of blind football, trying to get down low to save and deny the Argentine player, which he did. And as you heard there, a timeout called. With just over 3 minutes to play here in this second half of this opening game. We did just have a timeout a few moments ago, but another one being called. So not a bad bit of entertainment in this first game to see 13 goals go in. However, though, 9 of them scored by Turkey. Argentina, if they were to get 2, then maybe the panic would set in. There was that period where they did score 3 quick-fire goals in the second half, but would ultimately see Turkey get one back. Remember, they did end the half with 7, did Turkey. They were 7-1 up after the first 12 minutes of this contest here in Coventry. Spinning on the throw is Tekin for Turkey. Shot in by Manu Yasmin. So Argentina have defended it. 2 players stood up. It will be Manu Yasmin who will shoot towards goal, but it's kept out well by Turkey. So over 2 minutes left of this one. Turkey have got another goal as well, so they have now got to the magic 10. 10-4 up. Oh, now the European country against the South American side. Argentina, as we know, probably now know this game is done and dusted, but they want to make their goal difference look as bad. As they look to get an 11th. Defended well by Argentina. Now getting the shot away is Manu Yasmin. There's a Turkey player down. One of the members of the staff is just keeping an eye on him as there's an interval. As he is just sort of still sat down in his own area. So another stoppage in this second half. Don't get a lot of time for timeouts and stoppages in each half. Maximum 4 timeouts each in Goalball in each half, but they have got to be fairly short as Nieva goes towards the goal for Argentina. As along the floor, did take a little bounce, but it was low and Argentina able to deal with it. There was a lovely turn and spin, and then on his right foot the ball did bounce. It wouldn't go away though from the Turkey defence. He's getting the throw away for Argentina is the number 4, Matias Miranda. Nieva didn't see the ball go into the landing zone, so Turkey's ball as it bounced out. Shot will come in, dive in low, outstretched, and stopping Turkey from going 11-4 up is Eloy Nieva. And the sprinting on the gallop to make sure the ball doesn't go into the neutral zone and hit that white line. The yellow line, I beg your pardon, was Matias Miranda. So we've got 38 seconds left. Argentina 4, Turkey 10. 14 goals we've seen in this opening encounter, which Certainly I wouldn't have expected before this game got underway. Remember, Turkey were 7-1 up. Then there was a threatening of a comeback, but Turkey were quick to make sure Argentina, who were trying to build some steam up, quickly saw it disappear and eradicate. Throw by Manu Yasmin is one that Turkey are able to defend and deal with. No way through. Turkey don't intend on conceding any more goals. Very fast pace now. Off of Tuncay Karakaya. And off the court. We're into the final few seconds here. 2.4 left as the throw from Tekin is gone over on the Argentina side. What is game number 5 of this goalball competition? And it's Turkey who've got the victory. Well, they've managed to win by 10 goals to 4. They were so good in the first half. A few mistakes made by the Argentine defence, but that shouldn't take away the quality of Turkey's play. They've got off to a flying start as they've beaten Argentina here in Coventry CBS Arena by 10 goals to 4.
Congratulations to Turkey. They are winners by 10 goals to 4.
goal of this game. And it's come from the right throw of Zhenhua Chao, who puts China into the lead. We're just over 7 minutes of this first half to play, Coventry. As it's defended well by Chunyang Wan. And she tries to catch Vasiliki Agil out. And very much is able to push it away to her right and off the court. It will be a great ball. So there's been no one-on-one attempts yet thus far as well. Not been a lot of stoppages either, as this game has flowed quite nicely so far. It's gone off the Greek player last. It was defended well by Agil. So it will be Stamati who is on the throw now for Greece. Takes a little run up. Ball from a high end all the way to the midriff and then throws it along the floor. They're just getting not really a lot of power or not a lot of shots to really harm or test the Chinese defence at the moment, which is a bit of an issue for Greece at the moment. We have just over 6 minutes to play of this first half. It is China who are in front against the Greeks. So they've now got themselves an attempt here. Lovely spin, which bounces in the landing area, and Greece keep out. Paraskaivi Naka will leave it for Evgenia Stamati. So China ball right across the floor. There does seem to be just a little bit more power on the Chinese shots, just a little bit more where the Greek defence seem to just have to move over a little bit and work harder than what the sort of Chinese defence has to do when the Greeks have a go towards getting a goal. It's almost like they're trying to pass it or throw it gently to in the goal rather than put it with a lot of power, and helped in by Stamati. And that's a second for China. And a second for Zhenhua Chao, who was able, with a lot of power, to put it in. It was a strong hand from Stamati that helped it in. And China have doubled their lead with just under 6 minutes of this first half to play. As we have got a timeout here, and of course this allows an opportunity for the coach or coaches to get some instructions on board and to let the players wipe the sweat off their forehead. Of course, in an arena indoors, so it's going to be generated. Not quite a stuffy sort of venue. Not quite closed in. There is a little bit of space, so there is always that element of not quite feeling a bit hot and flushed at all. Bit more of an open space indoor here in Coventry. City in the Midlands, a little bit away from Birmingham, not too far. A little bit more east of the centre of the country. As of course this is where Goalball is for the duration of these games. So will be a Greek ball. Stamati now playing on the right. She swapped sides, it seems, with Vasiliki Agio, who was playing where Stamati is now. With power thrown by Zhenhua Chao, and she's hit it just wide with that attempt. Now looking to try and score for the Greeks. There's Vasiliki Agio, and she's done just that. So they've pulled a goal back. There was a loud cheer from the Greek bench as they can celebrate with that ball going into the back of the goal. Left side of that very wide goal, and that is exactly what they needed with just over 5 minutes of this first half to play. As China's 2-0 lead is no more, because Greece have made it now 2-1. Still just a little bit of the first half to go. We're halfway through, and it is China who hold the advantage. So all the Chinese players stood up on their very end goal line. Greek players all on the floor defending. Straight at Paraskaivi Naka, who's able to save it with her stomach and then hold on to the ball. Well, Chuanhua Chuao is the left-sided player for China. She's been on the pitch ever since the start. Has have all the 5 other players on the pitch for both. Remember, it's 3v3, 3 subs, which can be made in any half. We did see the Argentine men make a change early in the first half against the Turks, but they didn't get the victory as they were to lose 10-4 to Turkey. So it will be a Greek ball. Evgenia Stamati moving from the middle over to the right. She's just trying to gently, it seems with her technique and her approach, to just sort of gently put it into the corner, but she can't get it away from the player on the near side, and that is how you do it. Brilliant finish by Zhenhua Chao, who has put China 3-1 up. She just showed Evgenia Stamati how it's done, how you throw it with a lot of power, and she did it with precision. As China have their 2-goal cushion back in their favour. As there's save with the legs from Agio. Keeps her out. She's got the only Greek goal at the moment as they lead by 3-1. Having a go now is Chunyang Wang. She sort of moved from the right side into the middle, aiming for the left side of the goal, that far side, but she would be unsuccessful. China will look to try and score here, but not to be with the attempt. So just over 3 minutes to play. It is China 3. Greece 1 in this first half. Vasiliki Agio going close, but defended well by Chunyang Wang, the number 6 for China. She goes in between, looking to beat Paraskaivi Naka, and Vasiliki Agio, but Naka in the way of it and to defend it. China will look to try and get a fourth here with Zhenhua Chao, but she's denied. Save in by Paraskaivi Naka. Well, you do see all types of sort of goal-saving attempts from the defensive side, don't you? You see a lot of players sort of duck and dive with their chest, and they've tried to save it with their hands here, but it was an effort that was too strong, as China have got a fourth. Well, trying to keep it out was Paraskaivi Naka, and she helped it on her way in, I'm afraid, for herself. And China now go 4-1 up and have a nice cushion. As Evgenia Stamati is set to be replaced here, I think. As she will be replaced by a teammate of hers that just putting the patches on, and then of course the full eye protector will go on. I'm just checking to see if she's eligible to come on now and do their checks, which is the case. As Evlampia Mavro-Vautia is going to come on. Mavro-Vautia, I should say. So she's on the first change, which the stadium announcer, or venue announcer I should say, is not quite clocked on yet. So change made by the Greeks. As they look to change the course of the game, or just narrow down the deficit, as China will go 5-1 up. Zhenhua Chao putting it in. And the number 9, Mavro-Vautia, was unable to stop it. And China have a bigger lead with that 5th goal going in. And it's denied well by the centre for China. Having a go now is Chunyang Wan. It's very clear to see that the wide players for China have been the players to have the shot, and the centre is very much like the centre in goalball, defensive. Usually sometimes you see all 3 members of the playing staff have a go at goal at least once in the game, but it has almost felt like the centre for China has not done that at all. She has been quite quiet up until this point, but she has made a couple of blocks to keep at the Greeks as they look to make it a 6th goal for themselves. But Mavro-Vautia there to get in the way of it. We're less than a minute of this first half to go. China looking for a 6th. Greeks looking to keep them out. Clock stops on 50 seconds. As it will be a China ball. Two players on the floor, the centre and Chunyang Wang. All 3 Greek players in their area on the floor. Will be Wang who will have a go right to the very end of her half. Touching up to that 3rd line in her sort of square. There's a bounce from Mavro-Vautia, who sees it go in the landing area, but not test the Chinese defence or have the sort of impact she would have wanted it to have had from that shot. And it's a good diving save by Zhenhua Chao, who denies Paraskaivi Naka. Hagel with the save to deny Wang. She then quickly gets up from her feet, but then Chao is there to keep her out. Looking to make it 6-1, and she was so close to doing that there. Zhenhua Chao. She again went to Mavrounti's right side, just trickled beyond the goal. As they were so close, Greece to going 6-1 down, as that is the end of the first half. And the scoreline is one that is good reading for China, not so much for the Greeks. China in real control of this game, and they have been totally dominant against the Greeks in every single way as they lead at the break by 5-1, as we've just under 3 minutes until we come back for the second half. Here is now a word from our sponsors, IBSA.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA anti-doping app has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA anti-doping app. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
So, of course, as we know, you don't get too long a break to stew over the first half displays. For China, no doubt they would have been feeling good and probably smiling. Whereas the Greeks, it would have been very much the complete opposite. In stark contrast, they would have been feeling probably a little bit down and a little bit glum. But there is 12 minutes for them to try and salvage something. They have to chase down a 5-1 deficit, which is against them. They were well beaten that first half by the Chinese, but whilst the Greeks know that they've got to play better, they might just hope that maybe the Chinese might take their foot off the gas. As we are close to getting this second half underway. Left to right will the Greeks go in this second half. Right to left will be the Chinese's way they're going to be shooting to. As we still await rubber ball going into this court in this second half here in Coventry. Has now gone the Greeks' way. As the clock starts counting down, off we go. There's an attempt from Vasiliki Agio, who of course scored the only goal for Greece in that first half. China looking to try and score again, helped on in by Mavrovunti. And there is the 6th for China. It's only taken them 18 seconds to strike another blow to the Greeks and to go 6-1 up. There's another attempt coming in. Greek defence does stand strong this time. No deflection behind them, just a block to the side, and one they're able to deny China from scoring a 7th from. There's a little bounce in the landing area. It had a little bit of pace, but it did stay low. There wasn't a mistiming of the dive from the Greek defence as Mavrunti looks to try and make it 6-2, but she's unable to. Saved by Mavrunti with her 2 feet. keep it at 6-1 in China's favour. China looking to try and score again. They're certainly feeling in the way of their shots. They want to get a more handsome lead if they can, as they have managed to go and get a 7th goal now. And if you did think they were in control of this situation, and if you didn't think that they were a team that were going to take their foot off the pedal and slow down, think again, as Evlampia Mavrunti is going to be coming off here. She's gone over to the staff as she takes her place just in front of the seats where the Greek staff and fellow players are. So she's going to be coming on to join teammates Evgenia Stamati and Vasiliki Agio onto the court. So Paraskaivi Naka is going to be coming on. And for China, well, they've already struck twice in this second half in 90 seconds. Jiling Zhang scored one of them. As the attempt comes in, well held though by China's number 6, Chunyang Wang. She got the other one. There's a save, rebounds, and then Evgenia Stamati throws it out off the court. So will be a China ball, just drops into the half and is picked up. Going for it now is Jiling Zhang. Well held by Stamati. Another attempt here for China, which is one that doesn't quite work out. They do just seem a little bit more in league with each other, a little bit more of an understanding amongst the Chinese defence, and everything else a little bit more than the Greeks. It kind of feels like a little bit. As it is 7-1 to China. Throw in by Vasiliki Agio is one that China are able to keep out. And certainly with the distinctive look, Jiling Zhang, who's got sort of an orange sort of socket seams on the bottom of her trousers on one side, and then she's got a sort of white knee pad, of course, to help her move around the court and not have any scars or cuts or bruises or anything. Chunyang Wang trying to get an 8th goal. She was trying to go for the far corner, away to Paraskaivi Naka's side, over on the left side of the court as you're looking on your screen. Sorry, the left side you're seeing, but she's of course keeping the goal out away to her right. With just under 9 minutes of the second half to play. It is Greece 1, China 1, and of course it's a game that has run away from Greece quite quickly. We saw in the game in the men's tournament and side where Turkey won 10-4 against Argentina. They raced 7 goals up, and pretty much the game was over really even before it kind of got underway. As it will be Greece's balls. They were able to defend a China attempt on their goal well. A low effort by Naka comes to nothing as Jiling Zhang will now have another go. Little spin, not a power on it. Bounced in the landing zone, that first sort of rectangle in the Greek square, but in the way of it was Paraskaivi Naka. Well, held again by China, and the centre gets the throw away. And it's one that Greeks were able to defend. So there has been quite a nature to this game of lack of stoppages, which they want to keep both sides. So they've been quite consistent and quite good at that. Chunyang Wang is trying to find a way in. It did go off the left leg of Evgenia Stamati. Defended, and of course with the ball stopping. Chance for Greece and China to have a little break in play and see the staff come on and just brush over the court. Of course, the officials off the side of the pitch in the sort of red polo shirts, not to confuse with the China strip. There's their centre. Miao Zhu sat down, Jiling Zhang down as well, Chunyang Wan also down as well. For Greece, they've got two players stood up. Vasiliki Ago with the rubber ball under her right arm. They've got to the left of her, and on the far left, Paraskaivi Naka. And then in the middle, Evgenia Stamati. Ago has a go. Straight into the chest of Jiling Zhang, who holds on. She now just swaps with Zhu. So Jiling Zhang is going to go off. She's replaced. So of course they are just checking the eye protection. Of course they got the white patches on first, which almost like plasters cross over the eyes, and then the actual shades going on the outside. Which is just trying to get the seal of approval from one of the officials. And on they come. Stadium announcer not quite clocked on that China have made a change. And back and away we go. China changes. Shenhua Chao is back on. She's already found her range in this game. Yeah, some of her first staff strikes. She's on for the final 7 minutes that remain of this one, with her side leading by 7-1. As they look to try and find the far corner, it's well defended by Paraskaivi Naka. Well, Malpameni Kisanopoulou, the head coach of Greece, will be no doubt giving some words of encouragement in their next game. China's coach Xiaopeng Zhang will be delighted and smiling about what has been seen from the side so far. I go with the throw through the middle, but there to stop it is the Chinese centre. There's now chance for Greece to try and make it 7-2 with Naka. Rolls it across the floor in the landing zone over to the right side of the goal, as you're looking on your screen, but unable to make it count. As we have only seen 2 goals in this half so far, with 6 or so minutes played. As it is Greece 1, China 7 in this game. I've seen quite a lot of goals go in of late. We saw 14 between Turkey and Argentina. We've seen 8 here, so that's 22 already. In the very last 2 games, we did see, of course, Israel and Japan have 5 goals in what was a closer affair, with Japan on the right side of a 3-2 scoreline. As Stamati uses her stomach well to deny Chinese number 2, Jianhua Chao. Little bounced effort which sees 2 players go for it. Stamati and Naka in the Greek defence save well between them. It could have been confusion because they both could have gone for it. Could have had a collision and it could have ended up knocking off the sort of thigh off one of the players and gone in. And on the very next shot China have, the ball has ended up into the net. But it hasn't appeared to have counted because I don't think that ball went in the landing zone at first. So it will be a Greek 1v1, and Vasiliki Agio, who scored their only goal, has a chance to double her tally on this game. And she looks to beat the Chinese outfielder and make it 7-2. Agio will throw it, will go low. Saved well by the legs of Jianhua Chao. And as the 2 Chinese outfielders can come back on in Chunwang Wang and her fellow teammate as well. Throwing it low, bouncing the landing zone this time, but didn't go in. Naka will have a go low. Well saved by Chinese defence, as it will go off the court. She was in the neutral zone anyway, was Evgenia Stamati. Of course, it's not like blind football where you notice that there are quite a lot of subs that happen quite frequently. But here it's a little bit different. Quite cautious and very patient in terms of making changes. Because you're not seeing a lot of sort of contact at all. Very non-contact kind of sport, isn't it? As both sides are in their half trying to beat the other one. There's Greece will have an attempt here with Naka. Denied well though by the Chinese centre. As the throw goes in, the clapping you can hear is for China as they've made it 8-1. As that does count now in their favour. Into the back of the net it goes, down the middle of that wide goal. As a timeout is called. So another one on the scoreboard for the Chinese, who lead. Walk in this game, to be fair. As the timeout is called, the players get some words from the coaches. Certainly I think the Greeks will want a bit more words of wisdom from their coach as opposed to the Chinese, who I think with just under 4.5 minutes to play can, or just under 4 minutes to play I should say, can feel like this game is over. As we're still yet to have the action resume here. As just checking Evgenia Stamati's, one of the officials, of course, goes back sort of off the court. Everything seems to be in order, and it will be a Greek ball, which they can't beat China from. The attempt from the Chinese attacker is one that Greece are able to defend. Now, Stamatu just a few moments ago had her right shade protector sort of checked out by the official, is checking it again, seeing that all is okay. She sinks to her knees in position. She's playing as the centre in this second period, compared to when she was playing as one of the wide players, where she wasn't quite successful on that side, but she's certainly faring better as a centre. And here in Coventry, where of course the goal ball is taking place for both the men and the women's. China 8, Greece 1. As Paraskaivi Naka looks to try and fool the Chinese defence, and in particular Chunyang Wang, but she's unable to do so. And Wang is also denied herself. And just over 3 minutes to play. China in a lovely position with 180 seconds to go, to be precise. Shot comes in low. One that Greece's number 2, Vasiliki Agio, is able to defend. She throws it. Bounces. Not quite high enough to beat the Chinese keeper, or Chinese centre, or defender I should say, as Greece were able to not make it 8-2. In the way of it, goes off her and off the court to her right side, on her near side. There's now Vasiliki Agio going towards the goal line of her own goal, looking to throw it and beat the Chinese centre, get it past her, but Chinese centre shuffling along the court nicely and able to see her side not go and concede a second. There's another change for China. Chu Young Wang is to be replaced. There is going to be a change for China. On the pitch already is Zhenhua Chao and Jiling Zhang, as we now see Li Zheng Wang come on and occupy a position over on the far side of the area. Just over 2 minutes to play. There seems to be a lot more sort of bounces on the shot from the Chinese players as opposed to maybe the Greek players. Turning a little bit more powerful and a lot more forceful their efforts on the Greek goal. Agio with the effort. Slide into her right to save was Li Zheng Wang. And then going off the left hip of Stamata there. She's able to just get the ball on the final red line in that second, the first rectangle inside their own half before the ball, of course, would have been in the neutral zone, was the Greek defence, and doesn't lead to anything. Stamati makes a good stop with the left side again. Naka will look to throw it into the goal, but unable to. There's Greek defence is able to have another go themselves. They've not gone into the corners far enough in this game, the Greeks. They've had shots really that the Chinese have just been so comfortable dealing with. As the clock has stopped on 57.6 seconds. The only one walking around in a white shirt is Paraskaivi Naka, who is going to come off here, and Eleni Chalkidaki is going to come on. She's going to come on for the final 57 seconds that remain of this game. Again, before they come on, of course, they've got to have the approval and the sort of sign-off from the officials to come on. So, on she comes. Occupying a position on the near side. Aggio's shot goes off the court. She's the only person for Greece that's been able to find a goal past the Chinese defence. Turning and spinning and bouncing. It was low. Dealt with well by Aggio, who looks to beat the Chinese defence, but Jinhua Chao there to deny. Is moving up two of the Greek players, Stamati and Chalkidaki. Chalkidaki stopped. That ball going in past her on her side. So Greek ball in their court. First attempt she's had. Not one of the better ones, as it was skewed away from the goal. And that's been quite stop-start of the last few minutes or so, as Li Zheng Wang is going to come off for China. Another change in personnel. As China make a final substitution with just over 30 seconds to go. Just putting on it eye shades. So change made. And back underway we go. Getting in the way of it is Evgenia Stamati. Stop again. Well, it's just a case of just playing on very little time left with this stoppage. 21 seconds left of this game here between Greece and China. We saw a big win for Turkey in their 10-4 win against Argentina just before this one. And then, of course, we saw Israel lose 3-2 to Japan. So we will get back underway. Vasiliki Aggio will throw it low across the floor. Got an outstretched hand from the Chinese defence. The ball now in their half as they attempt to try and get another go on. Stamati diving at full stretch and saving. So there's going to be another change for Greece, with Stamati to be replacing Mavrovunti to come on. She's come on now as a sub in either half, but she's going to get precious time on. Here's Mavrunti. And she's just turning her hair back so they can allow her sort of shade to go on, as she just uses the crossbar of the goal to get her in position. She's the centre between Vasiliki Aggio and Eleni Chalkidaki. As I don't think China are going to have the final attempt on goal here, because the whistle will blow and the buzzer will sound. Greece 1, China 8. Fine start for China, who really did have all control of that game in every single way. They were too strong for the Greeks, as they were 5-1 up at the break. They would add another 3 in the second half, and were too good and too strong as they were able to get past the Greek side, who really could have no answer to all of what China provide. Full time here in Coventry. It's Greece 1, China 8. We are 40 seconds away from this game starting between Ukraine and Iran. Ukraine in black with a little bit of yellow on the shirt as well at the top and on the left and right side, going down from top to bottom, against Iran in their white shirts, as we are close to getting this game underway. As mentioned, we've already seen in the last two games a staggering 14 goals between Turkey and Argentina get scored, and 9 between China and Greece. So that's just 23 in the last two games. What we'll throw up here between Ukraine and Iran, as it will be Ukraine who go from left to right in this first half, Iran going from right to left, as we are about to get the game up and running. Ukraine stood up on their goal line. Iran stood midway through, on their knees in their own half, as we have, of course, the players ready and set to go. The officials, Raquel Aguado and Romualdus Vaitiekos, is watching over as well. He's the referee on the near side with his arms behind his back. Raquel Aguado is the other official. She has the rubber blue ball in her hand, which she will pass to the Ukrainians. And the number 5, Rodion Zelenin. And they've already got themselves in front from the very first attempt of the game. So Ukraine on the scoreboard already with that attempt. There's Linden, who just had that first attempt, is going to have a go. He went low and it was well saved by the feet of the Iran number 4, Mahdi Abbasi. Now attempting a shot is the Iranian left winger, defended well though by Ukraine. The number 9 had a shot, Mohsen Abdolmaleki, wearing those yellow trainers and certainly standing out on court this afternoon for Iran. Here in Coventry is where we are, the CBS Arena, where both the men and the women's will have the goal ball action. Strelchik for Ukraine as an attempt. So Iran now in possession on the goal line with Abdul Maleki. Comes a long way. Gets it shot away on the final line inside his half, or toward it, but defended well by Ukraine, who only have, by the way, 4 players to choose from 6. And 3 of them are on the pitch. So they are a little bit light in terms of selection, as it was defended well by Alexander Toporkov. And the player on the bench for Ukraine is Yevgeny Sihanenko, who is the only other sub for Iran. Mahdi Abbasi, Mohsen Abdolmaleki in the side, as well as the number 3, Milad Suri. They, of course, do have 6 players in their squad to choose from. Ukraine in possession in their path as the shot comes in from Strelchik. Denied well by the Iranian centre Abbasi. Looking to strike towards goal is Abdolmaleki, but it's well denied by the Ukrainians. Strelchik going for it. Abbasi diving and getting there. Now with Milad Suri with power. It was tipped onto the post by Zelenin, whose only goal has got Ukraine in the lead here. They did a rotation and in through the middle and into the middle of the goal. 2 for him, 2 for Ukraine. And Rodion Zelenin is certainly a man who's got his range in, as Ukraine are 2 up with 3 minutes or so coming to be played, and he's also effective at keeping the ball out of the other net as well for his team as he denies Mohsen Abdulmaleki. As Ukraine have made the best of starts possible here against Iran as they lead by 2-0. 2 for Rodion Zliranin has put them in front. Maleki goes for it. Abdul Maleki, that is. He's always tried to go away to Zliranin's side, whether it's right or left. Predominantly left so far. Well saved by the Iranian centre, Abbas, who uses his 2 feet to keep out Zliranin. Suri just deciding to turn the ball out and give it to the Ukrainians, who will have an attempt. Zliranin has already got 2 in this game. May look to try and score a hat-trick here, which he will do. Abbasi in the way of it. Moved over and kept him out. Abdul Maleki, who seems to be the player that's having all the shots for Iran in the opening exchanges. Strelchik will have a go for Ukraine. And that's actually a really good save from Abbasi. He's been very effective with his feet in this game. He just moved over to his right. His legs were stretched out and brilliantly denied Anton Strelchik from scoring. As Zliranin goes close. Remember, the rules are sort of in goal. Just some of the basics, of course. 3 players on the pitch on each side, so it's 6 players in total altogether on the pitch. The aim of the game is to score more than the opposition. Ukraine at the moment winning by 2-0. Of course, as well, the players have to wear eye shades, whether you're fully blind or there's less than 10% of your sight left. Of course, it has to be a fair advantage, so that is why they all have to, of course, wear the eye guards to make sure it's not a advantage for one compared to potentially the next player. Of course, there has to be silence on the court. The ball has to have two rubber bells inside it to make it easy for the players to locate. No penalties given away just yet. Strelchik will have a go. Abdul Maleki dive in. Put his hands up to save, but it would hit his chest. As it would go out for a Iran ball. Over 8 minutes of the first half to play. It is Ukraine 2, Iran 0 at the moment here in Coventry. As the attempt comes in. Well, so far it's been the Rodion Zliranin show. He's been the man off the mark for Ukraine in this affair. Someone who really is at the top of his game at the moment. And he's been brilliant, both sides, defending and attacking. Strelchik has a go. Came into the middle to shoot low. They've tended to go for a lot of power on their attempts and sort of straight down the middle, whereas Iran have got a little bit more aim on their efforts. There's now the number 7 having his first attempt. Alexander Toporkov having an attempt as Milad Suri will now have a go. Bounces. Saved by Strelchik. Out in the rebound, but sort of safely gathered by Toporkov. Remember, they only have 4 players, do Ukraine. As Strelchik just got a little bit caught up. Remember, you have 10 seconds to hit the ball or throw the ball from one end to the other, so to shoot towards goal. As off the pitch is Mohsen Abdulmaleki, who just, I think, lost his bearings a little bit there. Can be quite difficult if you're playing on the wings for a blind player, because you feel very close to that far line. Of course, you can easily just go off the court, and even though the ball might end up going in to the net, you are off the court, and of course that will not stand, that goal. But Iran 2-0 down, but all it takes is just one goal to get them back in it. in which they were looking to try and get there with Milad Suri, but Ukraine there to stop him. There's the save with the feet again by Milad Abbasi. Proving to show you don't need to use your hands to keep out the opposition. As Strelchik will turn and spin. Middle line of his goal, and it will go in. Deflected off of an Iranian player. I think it was off Abbasi, the centre. And Ukraine lead by 3-0. And Anton Strelchik is the goal scorer for them, to add on to the 2 that Rodion Zlinin has scored. And there is a timeout called for Iran with 6 minutes 25 seconds of this game remaining, where they lead Ukraine by 3-0 in this one. And have been good value for it. It's been the more clinical. Here in Coventry, Ukraine lead by 3-0. Played not just in the second city of Birmingham, but played in this city of Coventry as well, which is a little bit away from Birmingham, a little bit more eastwards of the part of the Midlands, as there's a brilliant bit of work by the Iranian defence to put that ball out of play as the throw came in. Suri has a go. Slilinin diving to his left and keeping him out. Top save. He certainly has been the man of the match so far. And Mohsen Abdulmaleki will have a go here for Iran. Doesn't mind having a spin. Nearly found a way through. It was beyond the stretch of Toporkov, the centre for Ukraine, but then the sort of right-sided player, Strelchik, would save him and spare his blushes, as Slilinin again is making a save. As we've hit 2:42 here at UK time, here in Coventry. Still plenty more action to come in the goalball tournament for both the men and the women's in the competition here at the World Games. So Suri will be replaced for Iran. He will go off.
Coming off the court, number 3, Milad Sabi, is replaced by number 1, Khalil Sharahnasan.
So as you heard there, Khalil Sharia Masab is going to be on in place of Suri, who is off with 5 minutes 28 seconds remaining. So Suri off, Sharia Masab on alongside Abbasi and Abdulmaleki. Ukraine, of course, even though they don't have the luxury of 6 players, and the options like Iran do, they do have Yevgeny Shihanenko to come on if they want to make a change from the existing 3 players in Strelchik, the number 2, Rodion Zlinin, the number 5, and Alexander Toporkov, the number 7. As first attempt for Shahriar Masab. Sees Ukraine keep them out. As Zlinin shoots again. Cleared with the left foot by Abbasi. Abdulmalik will shoot, and it's going to be helped in, is it? No, it's actually a tremendous stop by the left hand of Strelchik. Wonderful save. Of course, what you do see in goalball is a lot of these players, when they're on the floor, be so sort of elastic and stretch as low and as far as they can to keep the shots out from the opposition. And that goes down as a tremendous stop by Anton Strelchik to not allow Iran to write their name on the score sheet in this game. As the throw from Shahriar Masab is Dealt with by the Ukrainians. Here is now Zlilanin. This time Abbasi uses 2 hands to save rather than his feet, which has been the story of his day so far, even though his side are 3-0 down. Ukraine with the last touch to deny Iranian shot. Will be their ball, which Strelchik goes through the middle towards goal. Took a bounce in the landing area. So had it been missed by the Iranian defence, that would have gone in for 4 and would have been a perfectly legitimate goal. As the low effort comes in from Shahriar Masab. Denied though by Rodion Zlilanin, who 2 goals out of Ukraine's 3. Put them in front, and on the stretch to keep it alive and keep the ball in Iran's grasp was Abbasi, who made a good save. Had to get up quickly and sprint because he could hear where the ball was on the court, and of course made sure that it didn't go over the white line in the middle, where of course that is the neutral zone. So the ball, if it does land past that sort of white line through the middle, that square, it would be Ukraine's ball. But Iran have scored. The sub, Khalil Shahriar Masab, has finally been able to get a shot past the Ukrainian defence. As a timeout is called out by the Ukrainians, as you can hear by the announcer, with 3 minutes 33 seconds on the clock. Speaking of 3, that's how many goals Ukraine have scored compared to the 1 by Iran. 2 for Zlilanin, 1 for Anton Strelchik, and 1 for Iran and Khalil Shahriar Masab. Mean that it is 3-1 to Ukraine. Because the timeouts don't last for too long in goalball. If you're a regular watcher, you understand that. Back underway. It's gone beyond the Iran half, despite the best efforts of Alexander Toporkov, the man in the middle of the 3 players for Ukraine. Shot comes in from Shahriar Masab, but they are seeing Rodion Zlilanin, the coaching staff of Iran, in fine fettle. As Abdul Maleki doesn't go towards his near side and straight on. He decides to go for the more outrageous effort, which is just skim past the post, away to Zlilanin's left-hand side. He will go forward with pace, saved well by the right leg of Abdul Maleki. Diving was the number 3, Abbasi, but he couldn't save it. As the number 2 for Ukraine, Strelchik, has a go. Of course, the crowd, remembering goalball, have to be quiet, so the players can understand and hear where the ball is. Coaching staff also have to be quiet, so the only noise you can hear is the ball and the bells rattling inside it. Strelchik turns and spins and fires it. Put as much power on it as he could, and then Abbasi throws it to Abdul Maleki. It's a good run up, but well denied by Anton Strelchik. He also has another throw, and in the way of it was Abbasi. But to be fair, you have to give Iran credit. They have made some vital stops in this game. We did see some defending from Argentina that was pretty poor in attempting to stop Turkey, and Abdul Maleki's left hand pushes up. Zlilanin's shot up high, and he's now got himself a 3rd in this game, as it is now 4-1 to Ukraine. Just as I was singing Iran's praises, they've ended up shipping in another goal. There's the Ukrainian defence there, and in particular Rodion Zlinanin didn't have to move. Has another go again. Bounces just in front of the face of Abasi, who pushes it up for a Ukraine ball. Just hear the crowd be told to just quieten down. From the official Raquel Aguardo. The other official, by the way, is Romualdas Vaitiekus from Lithuania, who are in the men's tournament, by the way, the bronze medalist from the Paralympics in Tokyo of 2020. Strelczyk having a go. Goes off Strachia Masab last. So we're into the final minute here of this encounter here in Coventry. Saved by Toporkov. And then it just bounces off his left hand. He just sort of tried to fend it off. It's gone over the neutral line and into Iran's half. Abdolmaleki will turn into it at a speed. Surprised he didn't get dizzy from that effort there, but it's well kept out by Zlinanin, who has been by far and away the standout player on the court. Abasi saves. And it is stopped with Abdolmaleki got the ball in his hand. It's a little bit slippy out there perhaps, so there is a little stoppage. Ukraine only have 2 players on the court at the moment. Strelczyk back on it after going off on the near side. All the Ukrainian players in a low position, all sat inside their own half. Iran have 1 player stood up, which is Khalil Thraryah Masab. He goes for it into the midriff of Zlinanin. Toporkov getting up and played it now to Strelczyk, who will let fly. Abasi dives low and saves. Well kept out. As Thraryah Masab goes for it and hits it wide. Of course, you do get 10 seconds to have an attempt at goal. Usually, of course, they know that, these players, so they're quickly thinking, yeah, a lot of them approach it differently. They're about the technique. Maybe some look for the aim and think about where they're going to put it. Of course, they don't get the beauty of seeing where they can put it, so it's just having that sense and having the better senses to try and find each corner where they intend to go. As the buzzer sounds, and that's half-time. So Ukraine in front, 3 for Rodion Zlinanin and Anton Strelczyk have been the goal scorers for Ukraine. They were 3-0 up when Khalil Thraryah Masab scored for Iran at 3-1, but then there would be a third for Zlinanin that would make it 4-1. The European side in front against the Asian side, as it is Ukraine who lead by 4-1. We'll be back in just under 3 minutes' time before a word from IBSA.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA Anti-Doping App has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA Anti-Doping App. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
So we're very close to the second half getting underway as both sides swap ends. Ukraine right to left in this second half, Iran left to right. As, of course, there will be a game involving GB later. They will be in action as they will take to the court in an encounter later. As, I should say England, in fact, will be playing. So it will be the second half that will be getting underway shortly. Iran have also made a change. Mohamed Pamir Jomairan is on for the Iranians for the start of this second half. Just going to check if there is any more changes. Ukraine have not made a change, and of course, as I mentioned, they've only got 4 players. Shahriar Masab, Iran's goal scorer, is still on the field of play. And then the middle player for Iran is the number 3, I think, of Mahdi Abbasi, which is the case. So that is confirmed. So those are the 3 players on the pitch for each. Of course, we have Rachel Aguado and Romualdas Vaitiekos as the officials. And of course, this second period of 12 minutes will now officially start. And the first shot will go in. They started the game off with a goal in the first half, did Ukraine. Now they've got themselves one at the start with the very first shot of the half, with a 4 for Rodion Zlilanin, as Ukraine have gone 5-1 up here. It was a penalty which led to 2 Iranian players, of course, going off the side, so it was only 1 player able to defend it. A 1v1 shot which sees Ukraine oust the Iranian defence, and in particular Rodion Zlilanin, who would score to make it 5-1 to Ukraine. As the throw comes in from Jomairan for the first time today. Kept out, kept at bay by the Ukrainians. Nice turn and spin of a throw, and centre Toporikov, left leg, sees that ball come off him and go over the goal. It was an awkward one for him to deal with. It was bouncing, it had pace, it was probably swerving a little bit. Gets himself in the way of it, as the officials say, quiet please. Spinning inside, right on the very line on the near side was Zlilanin. However, though, Iran are able to not allow them to go 6-1 up. 6 goals here. We had 9 between China and Greece in the women's game, and then we had 14 in the last men's match. So if you do the maths, we've seen 29 goals in the last 3 games. 6 here, 9 between China and Greece, and then 14 here. So we've been treated to a feast of goals this afternoon, both the men's and the women's, as keeping it out was Linen, but then he was a bit worried it might have just gone past him, but did take the sting at the shot as he just took a little sort of step back or roll back, and it just came to him and he was able to hold on to it. Of course, in terms of the court dimensions, it is sort of 18 metres by 9 metres. Rubber ball is of 25 centimetres diameter. 2 bells inside that, of course, the players can hear. So it's another opportunity for Ukraine to go further in front. Strelchik denied by Shahriar Masab over an infringement which was spotted by the officials. There's all the Ukrainian players on the floor inside their own half as they go from right to left in their black shirt with yellow tinge on it. Iran in just a white shirt. Shahriar Masab shoots. Looking like Zlilanin was going to make a stop, but who sprawled across him first was Toporkov, a teammate of his. As it is saved well by the Iran number 4, Mahdi Abbasi. He's the centre. Right of him is Mohamed Pamir Jomairan, and then left of him, Abbasi, is Shahriar Masab. They did have Abdul Maleki, who was part of the Iran side for the first half, but he went off for the start of the second half. Of course, you can come back on, should the coach decide to, which is Bahman Dustivala. But it is Iran 1, Ukraine 5. Here in Coventry, CBS Arena. Of course, full name Coventry Building Society Arena, changed from the Rico. Where it is more than just a football ground, it is a very much an events, conference venues type place. If you've not been there before, it is a really nice stadium to visit. Quite far away though from the city centre of Coventry. As Shahriar Masab goes for it. Well blocked and well kept out by Toporkov. Of course, usually the centre in goalball is the sort of defender. He's sort of the goalkeeper, if you like. And then, of course, if it does go away from him, then he's got his 2 trusted lieutenants to try and make saves as well. Toporkov getting a left foot out to save. Number 5 going for it is Lilanin, and it's nearly crept in. Jomairan sticking a foot out to save. Abbasi was the player who would go for it, but it would be Jomairan who would make the decisive save. Strelchik going for it as he looks straight ahead of him. Shahriar Masab able to save. Goes and bounces in the landing area in the Ukraine defensive half. Over there it is, straight at the near defender Zlilanin, who scored 4 of their 5 goals. He's even scored 2 with the very first shot of the game. Strelchik has a go. Kept out by Jomairan. Remember, they have Mustafa Yajul Shabazi and Milad Suri on the bench, as well as Mohsen Abdul Maleki. The Iran who have a full 6 to choose from. Ukraine only 4. Their sub Yevgeny Sihenenko not yet introduced. 7 minutes plus remain. Iran 1, Ukraine 5. Zlilanin throws it. Not away from, though, Jomairan, who is in the way of it. There's a stoppage in play. Timeout is called by Iran. As you can hear, stadium announcer's taking the words right out my mouth, because Ukraine lead by 5 goals to 1 against Iran. Thoroughly deserving the lead as well. Been a lot of action in this competition already. We saw China win 8-1 against Greece. We saw Turkey beat Argentina 10-4 in the men's. We then saw Israel lose 3-2 to Japan. Of course, there's still 2 more games to come. Australia take on Great Britain at kick-off time of 3:45. And then we have at 5 o'clock Great Britain against Egypt, as Ukraine have scored again. That's number 6. Bounced over the Iranian defence, who could do nothing to keep them out, as it's found a way in. As They have now gone 6-1 in front. Of course, this is all being played in Hall 1 here in Coventry. Hall 2 has got other action as well. Japan and Finland playing each other right now on the other court. But here, though, what you're watching is Iran 1, Ukraine 6. His Jomairan shot is well beaten away by Strelchik. Throws it forward. Doesn't stay on the court, though. And it looks like Iran are going to line up a change with Jomairan. Going to be coming off, and Milad Suri going to be brought back into the game. So Suri is to be introduced back into the game. What does Bahman Dustivala and his assistant Afshin Zandkarimi think of now for in terms of an answer? Whereas the province of Fedir, the Ukraine coach, and his assistant Anton, no doubt smiling as possibly the only sub Ukraine can make, Yevgeny Shihanenko, is going to be introduced as the game is back underway, I should say. One that is defended well enough by Ukraine. As they just brush off the sort of far side of the Ukrainian second rectangle. Of course, it is a square in goalball, but split down the middle as a line, and it's sort of two rectangles. So the second rectangle is the one closest to the goal line. Then there is the goal line, so they are quite deep in their own half here, the Ukrainians, as Strelchik has a go, looking for the corner away to the middle centre player, Abbasi's right. There, though, to stop it is Suri. He went low with power, trying to go beyond Zlilanin, but he's there to stick his feet out and make a good save out of it. There's now Shahriar Masab goes for it. However, though, kept out with a standard stop for Anton Strelchik. So 6 minutes remain. Ukraine 6-1 up here, as they have the lead against Iran. And what has probably felt a bit like a flattering result, to be fair, for Ukraine. Iran have certainly done okay in this game. They have been right the way in it. As again, you can hear the shout of quiet, please. So, of course, that applies to the coaches and the supporters in the venue. Throwing it as forward as he can and with as much power as he can was Milad Suri for Iran. Well, defended though by Ukraine. Spinning it forward and then bouncing in the landing area. It's in. It's a clean strike. It's Lilanin again. Make that now 7-1 for Ukraine. And when he's really been on it today, he has been on it. As Rodion Zlilanin, his country 7-1 up and looking to try and get as many as they can. We're just over 5 minutes remaining. Suri with the throw, went up to the line, but kept out as Strelchik will now have it for Ukraine. Still, we await the arrival of Yevgeny Sihanenko, and there it is, it's number 8. Strojic's shot helped in via the side of Abbasi, the Iranian, number 4. And it just feels like now of late, any throw of the dice Ukraine have, they seem to just find that way in. The ball, that is, into the Iran goal. Really is becoming just so difficult now for Iran. As the coaching staff say they want another change. As Shahriar Masab is to be replaced by Mohsen Abdelmaleki.
For Iran, coming off number 1, Khalil Shahrazad, is replaced by number 9, Mohsen Abdelmaleki.
So there is the change there. As Ukraine have continued to have 3 on from the pitch as they started the game with. But just in this situation, isn't it? When you've got 5 minutes left, you're 8-1 down. It's all just about putting the effort in. Keep going for your nation, and I think that's no doubt something that Iran are probably very keen to do.
Timeout called by Ukraine.
As the timeout is called for Ukraine, with just under 5 minutes to go. As I mentioned, we've had a few games take place already. There's still a bit more to come. Hall 1 has Australia against Great Britain in the women's draw. And then, of course, the men complete it with Great Britain against Egypt. So both the women and the men's on home soil will take to the court on this day 1 of action in the Goalball tournament here in Coventry in the CBS Arena. And then, by the way, in Hall 2, Canada, Finland and Australia, Greece. And Denmark, Germany will round off the action there. As this is game number 9 of the tournament. And speaking of 9, Ukraine have a 9th. They are really getting the rubber to green when it comes to Iran deflections going all the way in. And anything that Ukraine, as I mentioned, getting towards the Iran goal just seems to pop in the right place and end up in the net. As Rodion Slinanin is going to come off, and Yevgeny Sihanenko is going to come on for the final 4 minutes 44 seconds. Of course, before he can come on, the officials take a look at his eye shades and see if he's got the sort of right check's been put in place for him to come on, which is the case. Of course, they're not allowed to touch their face masks, are the players, while on the court. They will get penalised for it, which is probably sort of the basic 101 rule, isn't it? And no matter how hot or sweaty it can be, they've probably played in, a lot of these players, real stuffy sort of arenas where the crowd are quite close. There's a feeling of not much open space, but here it's probably a little bit different, as we've yet to see a player get caught out by that rule. And you won't see many of them. Almost feels like probably a little bit like a foul throw in football, trying to get caught out by it. So it is Iran 1, Ukraine 9. Hall 1 here. 2 more games left on this court for the first day of action is rounded up in the Goalball here at the World Games in Birmingham, but here specifically in Coventry where all of the Goalball games are taking place. As it will be a throw for Iran. Abdelmaleki will throw it. It will bounce, but it has gone in his court and then gone into the landing area first. So it is a penalty for Ukraine, and they can score the same amount Turkey did against Argentina. Can they make it 10-1? As it will be Yevgeny Sihanenko who will roll it, but will be denied by Abdelmaleki. Good strong stop He was the one who stayed on, had to face the penalty, had to face the music, and did well to make the save and keep it at 9-1. As the number 3, Suri, has a go. Save well, but Strauchik able to make the save, and he did keep it out, and he knew even if the ball had gone out or was staying on the court, it would be his and his country's ball to have a shot from. As we are into the last 5 minutes of this one here. Iran 1, Ukraine 9. The latest score here. Throw-in is a good one. Abdul Maleki on the score sheet. He had a lot of attempts to his name in the first half where he couldn't buy a goal. But that's now changed as he's been able to. And it is now 9-2 in Ukraine's favour. Spinning and throwing it is the number 4, Sihanenko. And it is now 10-2. So within about 10 seconds, Iran with very muted celebrations for scoring their second. And then Ukraine just completely destroy all of that by scoring to make it 10-2. As we've got 3 minutes and 4 seconds remaining. Of course, the Goalball will go on till next Sunday. And as you just heard from the stadium announcer, Australia, Great Britain is up next in the women's competition. Of course, tomorrow, Hall 1 sees Ukraine women in action against the USA. It also sees the men of Great Britain in action. They take on Germany. They're also in action at 5 o'clock today against Egypt as well. As Brazil, the Paralympic champions. On the men's side are, of course, not in this tournament, which is a bit of a disappointment to say the least. But it is 10-2 here to Ukraine. Not been too many stoppages in this game so far. Two minutes 43 seconds remaining. Been hearing that quite a lot, the quiet please shout from the officials. I think they have got the message of the crowd and the staff. Abdul Maleki going forward again. Just there in the way of it was Toporkov, the Ukrainian centre. He's had a very good game, hasn't he? But even though they have depleted ranks and fallen men, it's not stopping them from recording an opening game victory. As it is, of course, the officiating team, a man and a woman. Raquel Aguado from Spain and Romualdas Vaitiekus from Lithuania are the officials on the pitch for this game. As Abdul Maleki just sees his effort just brush past the post. Strelchik didn't even move. It came at him at some ferocity and pace as it goes wide. Thrown by Sihanenko. Well blocked though by Suri. No more changes for Iran over the last couple of minutes as the attempt by Suri is blocked by the Ukrainian defence off the court, but it will be restarting the game with a Ukrainian ball. Of course, they make so many blocks and so many interceptions on shots that, of course, the way that the ball is and how it is shaped and how it feels. It is designed for players not to get injured. Because it's not like a real pumped-up football, is it? Where if you take one in the sort of side area or you take one off your thigh, it might actually hurt if the ball was coming at you at real pace. But it is sort of a rubber ball. Sort of a size 5 size like football. Abdulmaleki will hit it. Or throw it, I should say. Bad terminology for myself, as goes all the way through to Porkov. Rare opportunity and a rare shot for him. It's almost like the Ukrainian wide players of Strelchik and Shihanenko said to him, look, why not have a go? Over to you. 70 seconds left. Difference of 8 in it. Iran have got 2 of the 12 goals in this game. Ukraine have got 10 of them. And the man who's got the bulk of them, Rodion Zlilanin, off the pitch now, but just enjoying the action from his seat on the Ukraine bench. As his side are 10-2 up. As the throw from Suri is kept out well by Toporkov. Abdulmaleki will score. 10-3. That's his second of the game. Really nice controlled finish. Through. Straight as an arrow, low into the middle of the goal. And Ukraine's lead has cut down, and it's now 10-3. Here's Abdulmaleki again. He goes a little bit wider this time, with 2 hands tipped behind him by Yevgeny Sihanenko. Strelchik has a go. It's bounced off the back of Abbasi, the centre's head, despite Abdulmaleki clearing it against him. Save well by Toporkov. And you can hear the Lithuanian official Romualdas Vaitiekus call a timeout. 14 seconds in of this game to play. It is Iran 3, Ukraine 10 on the score line and on the board. Next game not too far away. Between Australia and Great Britain. Of course, it does take it in turns, so with this being, of course, the 6th match of the day in Hall 1, it will be every even number with a women's game. Strelchik resumes the game, has the shot, blocked well by Iran, and in particular Mirad Suri. He'll have a final shot, will he? He will, but Toporkov on the stretch, able to make the save. As the buzzer sounds, Ukraine men off to a flying start in the Goalball tournament here at the World Games. 10-3 winners. And the man who got the bulk of their goals, Rodion Zlilanin, could play a watching brief in the final few minutes of the game. He scored the bulk of their 10 goals as they romped to victory over Iran, who suffered defeat as they lose by 10 goals to 3. We'll be back very, very shortly at around about 3:45 for Australia women against Great Britain women. But here in the men's tournament, it is finished Ukraine 10, Iran 3. noise, as you can hear, inside the CBS Arena here in Coventry, because GB are about to play their first game of the Goalball tournament as they take on Australia. There's been quite a few battles in various different sports already this summer, notably, of course, the Ashes with the men and the women's, which, of course, was enthralling. We had the Lionesses beating the Australian women in the semi-final. Ultimately today, of course, if you aren't familiar or haven't heard, the Lionesses would not beat Spain in the Women's World Cup final. Commiserations to them. But it's a new, different battle, different sport, as Goalball sees the latest battle of the summer here in England. You wouldn't have thought it'd be a summer given some of the sort of conditions that we've had, but it's England against Australia, and of course notoriously known as a bit of needle between the two countries, ultra competitive in probably any sport they play. Now we get to see what the competitivity is like between these two nations as they do battle here in Coventry in the Midlands for the Goalball tournament between these two sides, which are taking to the field here. The game getting underway in around about 2 minutes time. Of course, as we know in Goalball, the crowd and the coaches can't say anything during the game, and often you will hear the officials say, "Quiet please." You do wonder if that might just be said a little bit more often with the GB crowd, of course, on home soil, looking to potentially just add a bit of noise to the atmosphere here, pre-game, during half-time, and of course at the end of the game. And of course the GB action doesn't stop because the men's are in action. They take on Egypt in their very next game, in their first game, the men's team that is, which is coming up right after us here. Goalball tournament and Hall 1 of the CBS Arena. Of course, it is one of two halls that has got action. Hall number 2 is currently seeing Canada against Finland, or is about to see it anyway. And then Australia-Greece in the men's side follows on at 5 o'clock on Hall 2, whereas Hall 1 will see Great Britain-Egypt, which is the hall you're watching now, because Australia are playing Great Britain. And on Hall number 2 at 6:15, Denmark will take on Germany. But it's to the here and the now. The excitement, no doubt, has been growing for the last sort of 25 minutes or so, ever since the Iran and Ukraine men's game finished. The very next game, and then the game after that, is going to involve the host nation, Great Britain. Of course, yes, the World Games are in Birmingham, but they are spread out. Of course, various venues have been dotted around Birmingham. Walsall is hosting some action in the tournament. Here, of course, Coventry is a city in the Midlands, but a little bit more eastwards to it. And the CBS Arena, which is in the past few years hosted rugby, football, now hosting Goalball here at the World Games. As now the silence must come in. The England fans and probably some Australian fans who may have made the journey get their screams, get their cheers, and get the horns going before, of course, the action can get right underway. Our two officials, by the way, for this game are Kazuto Ono and Sarah Cooper. Cooper from Germany, Kazuto Ono from Japan, as they will be the officials to see how this game goes. So it will be England who will get underway. Starting it off will be Amelia Robertson. Immediate throw, bounces, goes into the clear landing area in the Australia half, but it's held on too well by Nikita Grosser, who is holding on to the ball for Australia. On the dive is the centre for England. But however, they're able to hold on to it, as Antonia Bunyan is there to have a go. However, though, she's been stopped by the Australians. Do well to thwart her. As the crowd looks on here on the near side in the stand, sort of just behind the Low advertising boards. Well saved by Georgie Bullen for England. Going a long way forward was Amelia Robertson, but she's denied by Grosser. And then throwing it across the floor. Trying to get the first goal of the game was the Australian player wearing the number 9, Brodie Benson. We are over 2 minutes in here. 0-0 as Robertson looks to find that far corner. It's the post as Grosser was diving. Few claps, few little bits of encouragement as Robertson has the closest attempt so far of this game. What is the opener for both? It's a sort of a 10-pin bowling throw was the number 9 Benson. So Brodie Benson, whose throw didn't land in the England half before bouncing, will now have to defend this 1v1 as England look to score first. 10 minutes 39 seconds on the clock. Is she going to be beaten? And she will be beaten. England are in the lead. Away from her to her right. Georgie Bullen puts the chance away. And England are off to a flyer against Australia in the women's opening game to their home tournament. As Bullen helps it on, but there to sweep up behind her was Robertson to get a full grip of the ball. As England have struck early, which is exactly what they would have wanted to do. And certainly the instructions of Simon Ford, the coach, should have been for that to happen as well, as Australia make a good block. And Risa Martin, who is the centre to do so. Benson rolling across the floor. She was able to have a legal shot as she didn't know any problems there. However, though, Risa Martin is able to hold on to the shot from Tonya Bunyan. Robertson now for England with the blondish kind of streaks in her hair. As the attempts come in from Australia. So GB in the lead in this one. They lead by just a solitary goal to nil against Australia. As holding on to it was Brodie Benson, just moving into the middle on her goal line. She's got a very distinct sort of feature to her shot, and Robertson, it comes off. It came off first. Georgie Bullen and Great Britain aren't in the lead any longer because Australia have got themselves level. Bullen's opening goal cancelled out by the equaliser from Brodie Benson. It is now 1-1 with 9 minutes 19 seconds of the first half to play. There's the player who just scored for Australia looking to score again. Straight at Robertson though, who just sort of lets the rubber ball hit her in the stomach and go out for England's ball. Still yet to hear a quiet please from the officials, Kazuto Ono and Sarah Cooper. Or Kerper, I beg your pardon. Ono from Germany, Cooper from Germany. Ono from Japan, I should say. Robertson now for England. Coming into the landing area, and GB are back in the lead. In by Robertson. The effort that she had bounced in the Australia zone over the Australian player was diving. And GB are into the lead again for the second time in this first half as Benson, who got the equaliser for Australia, is looking to get them back into the game. As the attempt from Grosser is one that Robertson won't see go past it. Might have been going wide anyway, but of course, because they've got the shades on, obviously they can't see it, but she might have just sensed it. Might have just been going past her. So good defence by the GB team there, and in particular Amelia Robertson. But it does seem to me that Brodie Benson is the one for Australia who they almost just give the ball to and hope that she can score. I did expect a close game, and that is what we've got so far. 4 minutes or so in. 3 goals scored within it so far. GB in front with Georgie Bullen, then Brodie Benson would equalise, then Amelia Robertson would make it 2-1. She's applied the same sort of finish here to try and put England further, GB further ahead, but Australia there to deny her. And speaking of denying, Robertson denies Brodie Benson once more. As having a rare opportunity for England was Tonia Bunyan. Benson going forward again. However, though, the centre for GB able to hold on to it, Georgie Bullen. Low across the floor. Of course, you can quite clearly sometimes hear when they approach the shot that it takes a big, heavy bounce, but not on this instance. With that effort from GB. Benson gets in the way of Robertson's shot. Directly in front of her. She was aiming just ahead of her. That sort of right corner, which is just off your screen if you are watching this stream. As Bunyan will now have an opportunity here for England. However, though, held on to by Nikita Grosser. Almost feels like the quietness is like centre court on Wimbledon. Of course, that has to be the rules, doesn't it, in goalball? The crowd and the staff have got to be quiet. They can cheer, they can give encouragement after the ball was out of play. But in this game, there's not been many opportunities or windows to, because it has been played on the court with very little stoppages to match as well. Bunyan has a go. Grosser dives and holds on to the ball. Good handling there by the Australian number 2. She then tries to find the corner. Away to her left with a right arm throw. Goes along the floor, but Robertson there to hold on. And then the shot from Robertson is well held by Raisa Martin. So it is 2-1 here. GB men in action against Egypt in the very next game. So the crowd with the Union Jack flags don't have to move at all. We will be playing in Hall 1. This is the penultimate game of the day and what is the opening day of the Goalball tournament for both the men's and the women's. As you heard there from the score announcer, GB in the lead. Leading by 2-1. They would take the lead with Georgie Bullen. Then Brodie Benson would equalise for Australia. And then GB would go back into the lead with Amelia Robertson. Australia's goal a little bit untidy, but nonetheless still able to equalise for Australia. But they needed to do so again. Remember, the goal from Georgie Bullen was one because Australia, who had an attempt, didn't see the ball bounce first inside the sort of England half, so it did lead to an Australia GB penalty. So GB will restart this game. All 3 players on their goal line, all 3 Australian players in that second rectangle, which of course is split from the square that they have each in each half defensively. Roll along the floor. Central with the throw is Bunyan, but off the side of the Australia player, Grosser, and she then throws it forward herself, but to no avail. Robertson looking to get it through the middle, but it's a bit of a dead end as Australia keep it out as well. Low throw by Benson. Robertson turning and blocking it. Good block that by Amelia Robertson, who, as it stands, is the match win at the moment for England, as Grosser denies Bullen, but did tip it onto the post. It was probably a bit of a nervous moment for the crowd watching in complete silence, where it's so quiet you could probably hear a pin drop, and as well for the coaching staff, but she did get away with it as she was able to make sure it wasn't in GB3, Australia 1. So England at GB lining up a change, possibly here. Don't think it's happening quite yet, so there will be a bit of a delay to it. Oh, helps it on its way in by Raisa Martin. It's a gift for GB, and it's now 3-1 to the hosts. A simple throw through the middle, which really Australia should have dealt with. Raisa Martin didn't. Goes off her and into the goal, and GB now have a 3-1 lead with over 4 minutes of this half to play. As Benson's shot is kept out well by the number 2 for England, Antonia Bunyan. No doubt probably they got their friends and family in attendance. A tournament on home soil. Always a big thing, as Bunyan will come off. There you can hear the encouragement and the horns go, as Lois Turner is going to go on. Bunyan is off and Turner's on. No sign of an Australia change though. As the crowd in the stands fall quiet again. So England change. Lois Turner on for Antonia Bunyan. So it bounces in the Australian half, but one that will be held on to by side from down under. Benson looking for the far corner. She's certainly not afraid to have pinpoint accuracy on her shots, is she? And as soon as Australia intercept it, they basically give it to Benson and hope for the best. Looks like she might have to just get her side kicking and screaming if they are to get level against GB in this game. 3-1 down with 3 minutes to play of this first half here in the opening game for both. Well denied by Raisa Martin, who won't want to be seeing GB's third goal again. As the throw from Grosser was one that bounced in her head but didn't actually go anywhere towards the GB goal. Saved by Grosser, who dives and sees the ball come back to her. She held on to it this time, rolls it across the floor. Not seen many Australian shots like that in this game. Over from her side, the right, but she had one there which England GB were able to keep out. Two minutes, 23 seconds left. GB in the lead. Good start to their campaign on home soil. There's the effort from Grosser again. It's a wayward one. Going for it for England is Bullen. Over though she's unable to find a way in. Benson, who's shot from all angles in this game. Attempting another effort. As she fires wide. She's just swapped actually with Nikita Grosser, who's gone from the right to the left inside her own half. So they sense Australia that they can score. You can see on your screen over where GB's number 5 is, Amelia Robertson's side, I think. But knowing the way Brodie Benson's played, she's been going towards all angles of the GB goal. She goes central there. Not the best of attempts, to be fair. Quite a poor effort, which was substandard, to be fair. As the effort comes in, and it's 4-1. Well, it just goes past Nikita Grosser, who was not in the right position at all. Robertson just straight into the goal on her side, down the middle. Didn't move, didn't curve in any way. And GB are 4-1 up with 1 minute 18 left of this first half to play. They are in good control of this encounter, are GB. Those 2 goals from defensive lapses from Australia have probably cost them dear, and have seen England get into a very nice position with a whole second half to come, and of course still 1 minute 18 of the first to play. As we've just gone past 4 PM local time here in the UK. Attempt by Benson. He's now gone back to the near side. This one that's dealt with comfortably by GB. There's picked off to Grosser. Trying to save it was Raisa Martin, but she couldn't, and then it just sort of took a couple of touches off of Nikita Grosser. There were a few little shouts, I think, from the GB crowd as we are into the final minute of this first half. Robertson gets up and says, over to you, Lois Turner, to have a go. Turner does. Nearly found the way through. Had there not been a stretch from Raisa Martin, then it would have been 5-1 England. She was central, but she did have to really go far and wide to collect the ball. Along the floor from Bullen. Doesn't trouble the Australians. Benson will go for it and turn the body into. It's a great interception and anticipation of it from Georgie Bullen, who won't allow the Australians to make it 4-2. As that will be that for the first half. Well, it's a very good half for GB. They lead by 4-1 as they have got the winning battle at the moment as it stands, as it's the Northern Hemisphere, remember, against the Southern Hemisphere. And it's the side from the north leading the side from the south. 2 goals in the first half for England, and in particular Amelia Robertson. Georgie Bullen has also found herself on the score sheet as well. And also Australia did score with Brodie Benson, but it is half time here. It is GB 4, Australia 1, as we will be back in just under 3 minutes time. But you're going to hear a word from IBSA, our main sponsor.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA Anti-Doping App has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA anti-doping app. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
Swap sides from GB and Australia. England right to left. GB in this half, right to left. Australia left to right. And the action for GB doesn't stop. Women's playing here at the moment against the Australians. The men kick off their campaign against the Egyptians, which is to come. Scheduled for 5 o'clock, of course, is the last time that any action will start on day one of the Goalball here in Coventry. City in the Midlands, a little bit out though, away of Birmingham, which of course is hosting the World Games. First chance of this second half is an Australian one. Brodie Benson trying to see if she could get herself a goal. She scored the only one for Australia in that half, and of course they have made a change at the break, the Australians, with Jess Clark coming on, with Nikita Grosser going off, blocked by Risa Martin. Throw from Clark, which is saved by Turner. Back into the goal. Spins, goes halfway in her own box. But it's cut out by Risa Martin. So maybe now with Clark coming on for Australia, you might just see the pressure and sort of baton for shots to come from Brodie Benson just be took off her slightly. She was the one in the first half who had, it felt like, all of Australia's shots in the match, but could only score one of them. As Clark goes for it again. Pretty much on the goal line was Lois Turner for Great Britain, and she able to make a strong stop. Benson coming central in her area, going for it, but denied by Georgie Bullen. Of course, you do have 10 seconds, so you don't get a lot of time to think about where you're going to put it, and I think, depending on how the team approaches it, Australia seem to have the sort of approach of trying to throw it as quick as we can. Certainly in this second half has proved that way. It goes against that theory now with this sort of slower time of an attempt from Brodie Benson. You give herself a little bit more time to have a throw toward goal. But GB not having many golden chances in this second half just yet. It's now Lois Turner will now throw the ball forward, takes a bounce. However, though, does just sit nicely for the Australian number 7 centre player, Risa Martin, to hold on to. Benson going for it. And seems as though there is a problem here, which has led to an England penalty. 1v1 against Brodie Benson here, which has been given in GB's favour. Chance to go 5-1 up here with 9.5 minutes of this second half remaining, and it's hit wide by Georgie Bullen. Tried to find the far corner away to Benson's right, but she would ultimately be unsuccessful with her attempt. So they got a short ball penalty, the Australians, but England couldn't capitalise. There's a timeout called. As Great Britain still in the lead, winning by 4-1. Has been the score since the first half. Been many times during the day so far here, covering the various matches in the Goalball tournament where there's not been a second half goal. Of course, players can get very much quite hot and sweaty on the court. So of course, when there is a timeout, you do often see officials just sort of wipe it off and make it sure it's dry. Of course, it can't be slippy. And also as well, they will dry the rubber ball as well if there is a lot of sort of fluid or any sort of liquid on it, as it will affect the handling of the players. Amelia Robertson looking to score, but won't score as Marissa Martin turns into it and makes a strong stop out of it. Australia were to get just one in this game, it would cut the lead down of England's to GB's to 2, and would make it a little bit more of an interesting game between now and the end of this one here. Australia will have the ball. Brodie Benson is going to have a go. It's not been as frequent in terms of shots in the second half as she maybe is hoping for. Robertson has a go for England, for GB. Right side of the court, going over to the left side. Defended well by Jess Clark for Australia, who goes right up to the very end of her box. However, though, saved by Lois Turner, who kept her out, now has a go herself. But then Marissa Martin, who second half has been strong, been good at keeping the shots away from the goal. Touches it onto Brodie Benson, who has a go. Robertson, who brought Benson's shot then, tries to go low, but it is straight back to the Australians. And the bounce shot goes to Robertson, who holds on. Well, the next game, as I mentioned, GB men against Egypt in Hall 1, which is what you're watching now. Of course, Hall 2 sees in the men's draw Australia, Greece afterwards. Canada, Finland in the women's side is currently in action. And then at 6:15 this evening, Hall 2, Denmark up against Germany. Tomorrow, Great Britain men in action again. They take on Germany at 5 o'clock. And the GB women play tomorrow as well against Israel, as there is a Short penalty here for England. Chance to go 5-1 up. Bullen missed one in the second half already. She won't miss this time. Pass the despair and Jess Clark. And we do have a goal to tell you about in this second half. And it has gone to GB. There's Georgie Bullen, the centre. Will score for England. For GB. Australia 1. GB 5. As Lois Turner makes a strong stop. Australia have 6 minutes plus to find 4 goals. It has just felt like when teams have got a big lead already in this goalball tournament so far in Coventry, they've seemingly just carried on. And the losing team just seems to just struggle and just maybe psychologically is so damaged that it just feels like the game's gone. As of course the officials come on just to sweep off and clear the defensive half for England. Turner going for it, straight down the middle, straight down the throat of Rysa Martin, who holds on. Held by Robertson. For GB. She often goes right from the very end of the post into sort of the middle of her box, and we'll have a go. There will be an Australian change. Jess Clark is going to be replaced.
Jessica Clark is replaced by number 5, Molly Smith.
Molly Smith is to be introduced for Australia. Every player for the Australians, barring Zara Perry, has come on in this game. So Australia making a change. England, barring only Lois Turner, have only made the one sub. There's the opportunity from Benson straight at Bullen, who keeps her at arm's length. So we have just over 6 minutes to go. Nearly halfway through the second half. Australia 1, GB Women 5. And of course, next after this, as you might have just heard from stadium announcer, GB Men take on Egypt. And with the women, of course, as it stands, going on to potentially a win on home soil. Would be good for the crowd, the staying crowd, you'd think. The bulk of them anyway. Delighted, no doubt, that they could possibly see a win for both the women and the men. As Bullen has a go. Saved well by Molly Smith for Australia. So you see anyone having to defend that there. Smith has a go, but straight at the England number 4, Georgie Bullen. Benson low. A bit of frustration, I think, creeping in amongst the Australians, who seemingly just can't quite get it together at the moment. Having a go now is Molly Smith. Picked out by England and by GB. Robertson against 3 Australian defenders. is unable to find a way through with Benson, the player who got the important block on it. 5 minutes remaining. England ball again. Robertson looking for that corner away to Clark's right, or Smith's right, I should say. It's gone out for a Australian ball. Opportunity for the Australians, which have not been able to make work. Just over 5 minutes to play. It is Australia 1, Great Britain 5. What has been a big summer of sport between these two nations. GB in Australia, or not in this case, but England, Australia in the football and the Women's World Cup, and in the cricket for both the men and the women's. And even contests with England just shading it, I think it has been what I saw the other day on social media. But here it is Great Britain against Australia, so they're taking on Wales, Northern Ireland and Scotland in this as well. It is Great Britain who lead by a solitary, by 5 goals to Australia's solitary 1. Turner with the throw, which comes to nothing. Well, as I mentioned, Goalball, of course, is here at Coventry. Hall 1 and Hall 2. Canada, Finland on at the moment. Next game for GB Women is against Israel, who lost to Japan earlier today. And Greece will take on Japan in the next game, and Hall 2 tomorrow. Australia will play against China tomorrow in Hall 2. So England, GB are going to make a change.
Substitution for Great Britain. Off the court, number 5, Amelia Robertson, is replaced by number 2, Antonia Bunyan.
Antonia Bunyan is back on for Great Britain.
4 minutes 10.
She is back on after she started the game for GB. Just having her eye shades checked, make sure they're on right, and that there is no advantage for her compared to every other player. So we will restart with Georgie Bullen looking to try and make it 6 for Great Britain. Denied though by Molly Smith on the pitch alongside Marissa Martin and Brodie Benson. For England on the pitch now is Antonia Bunyan, Georgie Bullen and Lois Turner. Benson now left arm throw. Spilled by Bunyan, but of course Australian players aren't allowed in the GB half, so decides to relax and have a go herself at trying to score. Smith with the effort for Australia, which GB slammed the door on in terms of finding a way in. It's certainly GB's day here, all right. 5-1 up. Great start to their home tournament here in the Goalball. Smith having a go. Very much. Talked about how Brodie Benson was having a lot of the opportunities in the first half for Australia. She's seemingly getting absolutely nothing in this second half, it feels like. Can she find a way through? No, she cannot. Turning into it and using her feet to the fullest there was Antonia Bunyan for GB. Certainly take the Britain away. Enough word to describe the performance. It's been great for GB, who are 5-1 up. Of course, there's just a few little problems with the court. Just putting some tape down just to mark it out. And of course, the area can get a little bit sweaty and whatnot. They're just brushing that down. And of course, the players are sliding around all over the place. They are just going to leave a trail. So they will clear that up. Make it clean and make it easy for the players to motor around on, move around on. Benson, who has the throw, is unable to find a way through. Happened quite a lot in this game already, as Australia have been left very frustrated by not being able to find a way past. They've had a lot more chances towards the goal than GB have. They have pushed GB all the way back, it feels like, right to the very goal line, but it's just not led to really any real sightings or any real hope, to be honest, for the Australian staff and supporters in the crowd. Like I said before this game started, you might have heard quite a lot of quiet please, but not been the case at all. Sarah Kupper and Kerper, I should say, and the Japanese official Ono have been not able to say quite please quite a lot, which is no doubt a good thing too. But it is still 5-1 for England. They were 4-1 up going into the second half. Now are 5-1 up, courtesy of the only goal of the second half. Which again, you'd have to say in that first half, just a few little errors by the Australians allowed GB to score probably 2 goals that they should have kept out. Just those small little margins of error and failure. I've seen this game just drift away a little bit more than what it perhaps should have done for Australia. It will make a change as Zara Perry is going to be coming on. So Australia are going to use all 6 players. As Brodie Benson waves goodbye to this game. She goes off on the nearest side to her where the bench is, which is over on the far side. So he has to get up and walk a couple of yards to make sure she's there. So Perry is on to join her teammates Isa Martin and Molly Smith. So there will be a GB change. Sarah Leiter is going to be coming on for the first time today. Bullen will make way. Sarah Leiter comes on. That's got a big cheer in the crowd. Probably a few of them have been boiling that up, waiting for that moment for her to come on. Which is exactly that. So, Lois Turner, still yet to score for England in this game, for GB in this game, is denied by Molly Smith, who shuts the door on her. We've got 67 seconds left in total. Australia 1, GB 5 here in the goalball and the women's. GB men up next against Egypt. Now into the final minute. Turner takes. Goes off the side of Molly Smith, the Australian. Back in her own half for her country. They have quite a lot in this game. Both sides adopted the sort of idea of taking a run up from the goal line, going to the very end line towards the neutral zone and having a go, as Lois Turner will make way now for GB. And replacing her will be Megan Smithson-Booth. So like the Australians, England at GB have used every single player on court and from their squad. So Smithson-Booth moves into the middle of the three. So Relaita catches the ball as Smithson-Booth has a go. Now moved over to the right as Leiter is into the middle. Attempt by Perez with England's number 2, Bunyan. Last shot of the game will be one that Australia keep out, and it will be the end of that. Well, GB women at their home games off to the perfect start. 5-1 victors over Australia. As they've been able to get their first win of the women's competition. They were 4-1 up in the first half. The second half, they would only add one more goal to their name. But still, nonetheless, they can feel very, very assured of their performance as they've managed to get past Australia, winning by 5-1. And the action doesn't stop as GB men will take on Egypt right after next on this course. Full time here, though, in the final women's game of the day here in Hall 1, here in Coventry. Australia 1, GB 5. That's not a bad way to end the day, is it? GB men in action against Egypt as they kick off their campaign in the World Games. Goalball, as of course it is on home soil, Coventry to be more precise, is CBS Arena playing host to the Goalball over this week period. Of course, today is the first day of action for all the countries involved in both the men's and women's. The final day of action coming this time next Sunday. Well, GB women got a victory earlier on against Australia, winning by 5-1. How will GB men fare against Egypt? Of course, both back in action tomorrow. GB men later on, the women in action in the morning. Of course, tomorrow will be up for discussion later. To the here and the now, it is Egypt men that GB are assigned first on home soil, and they will just want to get a win to get off to a good start. Egypt here with one less squad member than GB. GB with 6, Egypt with only 5. So you can only name, of course, 3 on the pitch. From the GB team, who are ready and waiting to get underway. Egypt's 3 players are on the pitch. They have the number 9, Ahmed El Said, who is on there, Omar Mohamed, and also as well is the number 3, Ahmed Abdel Razhet. So they're the 3 starters for Egypt. They then have number 2, Mohamed Yusuf, and Ali as the 2 substitutes for them instead of the usual 3 that you can have. And in the first half alone, you have to make at least 1 substitution, or otherwise you lose the ability to make it. You can only make 4 at one time. You can only make 4 in the game. But of course, you have to make 1 at least in the first half, or otherwise that will be gone and will be lost. Substitution has to be indicated to the referee by any member of the team using the substitution hand signal, or by saying substitution, which will be heard by the officials. So they will be keeping a watchful ear on that, with the officials Bas Spans and Andrea Kumar from Slovenia, second referee I mentioned, and the first referee, by the way, Bas Spans from the Netherlands. England have Matt Loftus starting on the pitch, as well as Dan Roper, and then completing it is Caleb Nanavi, who is the third and final player on the pitch. Josh Murphy, David Scott, and Joe Roper on the subs bench for England, of course coached by Dale, and also have on the assistant bench Alex Bunny, with the Egypt coach being Mohamed Farahat. So we are set and ready to go. Final game of the day on court 1. Court 2 has, of course, taking place right now. Australia against Greece in the men's competition in Hall 2 at the CBS Arena. And it doesn't stop there, because the women will complete it with Denmark against Germany. We are underway. Egypt with the first attempt. Defended well there by Nanavi for GB as they go from right to left in this first half in their blue shirts. And they have got themselves a long penalty here of GB. Can they make it count? Taking it is Roper. And there is it. And couldn't quite put it in. He gets a little bit of a pat from his teammate, Caleb Nanavi. So there's an infringement there, so it'll be a long penalty for Egypt. And then taking this as the number 7 for them, Omar Mohamed, and Egypt have scored. Well, he just rolled that in, and No player was ever going to get on the end of that. As Omar Mohamed puts Egypt into the lead. As stopped again. GB. So it's long penalties galore at the moment. Nanavi is looking to defend this here for GB. Omar Mohamed again will make it 2-0 to Egypt. 2 within the first 15 seconds. And Egypt are into the lead. 2 mistakes made by GB. Punished by Egypt, who have got themselves into a 2-goal lead very early on as the shot comes in, and Ahmed El Said is there to deal with it for Egypt. Goes over the neutral zone, clean shot. Kept out by Caleb Nanavi. Taken on for GB now is Dan Roper, although he's stopped by El Said. But when you go and concede 2 because of your own mistakes and not being in with the laws of the game, that's going to annoy Faye Dale and the rest of the England staff and players, because that is not ideal in the slightest. To concede within the first minute, not once but twice, from your own errors and mistakes. There's Loftus with the interception, he stops it going, he gives it to Nanavi. Stopped well though by Ahmed El Said. For Egypt, who will just have his eye shades checked by the officials. Andrea Kumar from Slovenia will check it. The other official is Bas Spans, who is from the Netherlands. So Abdel Razak is, El Said is okay. His teammate Abdel Razak is the middle of the 3. Guy who's got 2, Omar Mohamed, is the furthest left. So now moving into the middle from the right is Dan Roper. Little spin, goes for it. Outstretched right hand by Abdel Razak. Keeps him out. And the shot comes in, and it does go off of Loftus, but there to catch it and tidy up was Dan Roper. With over 10 minutes left to go of this first half, it is England at GB who are trailing here. Egypt 2, GB 0. Now Nanavi gets the ball passed to him by Loftus. Goal back now would be handy for England, which they will not get because El Said's shot, or block on the shot from Nanavi, I should say, goes off his right arm and clips the post. Big attempt for England, for GB, that is not quite had the luck they desire. But Egypt now a 3-0 up through the legs of Nanavi. He was beaten all ends up as it went through him. And it is now 3-0 to Egypt. And GB are unable as it stands to follow up with what the GB women have done. And 9 minutes 57 seconds of this first half remaining. And there's been a timeout called by GB. You do get 4 over the course of the game. 1 has to be called at least in the first half. I've got to last only just a few seconds. It's about 45 seconds. These timeouts have got to last. Remember, if they don't call a timeout, it will be lost. So GB have made that, but no substitutions just yet. Can they get one back? They won't there with that effort from Matt Loftus. Sorry, Roper, I beg your pardon, who had the effort. And if he goes for it, that's one back. Really well played by Caleb Nanavita. With his right arm, throw it away from El Said, who dived, was sprawling, but could not save it as it is. (3-1). As Umar Mohammed is stopped. In terms of trying to score. So certainly the penalties given away by GB have stopped for now. And across the neutral zone by El Said. And then the effort is tipped in. It is now 3-2. In by Loftus for England. And they are 1 goal away from levelling the score after her horrendous start, where they were 3-0 down with 8 minutes 54 seconds on the clock. It is now 3-2 to Egypt. So not all plain sailing at the moment. As Nanavi got the first of the goals back, and then it was followed by Matt Loftus, who would make it 3-2. As the game now really is on a knife edge and could go either way, and this 6th goal, if there is to be one, is going to be so crucial for Egypt and GB. Hit by Dan Roper. Oh, sorry, thrown by Roper, I should say. I'll say trying to go through the middle. Loftus there, Loftus to stop it. There is a timeout called. Chance to wipe the floor. Of course, because they're slaloming and moving around all over the place to block shots and not allow it to go in, it's always going to be leaving a bit of a trail, isn't it, in terms of sweat and everything else on the court. So, of course, there are people ready and waiting on the side to get rid of it. As the Egypt players sit inside their own area. All the GB players are up. Nanavi with the shot. 2 Egypt players working together, liaison with each other to block it. There's defended well by Loftus for England, who is able to stop Egypt from scoring again, as Ahmed El Said is just having his eye shades checked. Just make sure it's okay, and there is no advantage there. Andrea Kumar from Slovenia doing the check-in on that front. So 7 minutes 43 seconds of this first half remaining. It is Egypt 3, GB 2. Or Great Britain 2 in this one. A very fascinating duel has emerged between the two. Egypt raced into a 3-0 lead, and it looked like the floodgates were going to open for GB, but Great Britain would pull 2 back with Caleb Nanavi and Matt Loftus. 2 of the 3 goals for Egypt would come from penalties that would be scored for Egypt that was given away by GB, and they've nearly made it 3-3 with Dan Roper's effort skimming wide of the goal. So it's an Egypt ball with Omar Mohamed, who has already scored twice in this game for Egypt. Nanavi through the middle, goes for it. Sliding in front of the shot. Very much like a dodgeball catch was Ahmed Abdel Razek. Mohamed will go again for Egypt. Kept out of the chest by Nanavi. The crowd like that save. There's having a goal for England is Dan Roper. Well, looking to score one anyway. Stopped well though by Egypt's defence. Hanafi now having a go. Already found the net already in this game, but unsuccessful with that effort as Abdel Razak for Egypt is in the way of it. So we've not had a goal for a little while. Hopefully that will change soon. As it appears as though Egypt's coach has signalled for a timeout.
Timeout called by Egypt. The score
Which is exactly the case. So 6 minutes 30 seconds remaining of the first half. It is GB who trail. Egypt 3, GB 2 at the moment in this one between these two in their opening Goalball fixtures. Remember, Court 2 has got action as well taking place right now as Australia and Greece against each other. Denmark and Germany women round off the action on Court 2. This is the final one in Hall 1 for the day. Remember, the GB women's side won 5-1 against Australia. Whereas the men here are now level. Brilliant finish by Dan Roper. That is a brilliant goal, and Egypt are not ahead anymore. From 3-0 down to 3-3. The setback that England had, that the GB had so early on, has meant that they've been able to get back later on in the first half, courtesy of Roper scoring. It means it's 3-3, so all the three outfielders for GB have managed to bag themselves a goal. As of 6 minutes 4 seconds remaining, it is 3-3. On the spin is Roper again, and well held by Abdel Razak. Using his feet there to deny him was Matt Loftus. Just swapping over now as none of he's going to go near enough right to the line here. Well blocked though by the Egypt number 9 Al Said, and looking to find the middle of the goal. Using both feet is Matt Loftus. Of course, you can't have a go towards the opposition goal with your feet. You only have to use your hands, but you can use any part of your body to stop the opposition scoring. There is no problem with that. The next games for both. Egypt are up against Japan tomorrow, Court 1 at 2:30, and the GB men's then take on Germany 5 o'clock. That kickoff is tomorrow. Before they then have a break of a day before they are back in action. GB, that is, the men's side, and of course the men of Egypt, who will take on South Korea. GB on Wednesday will then face Finland. So 5 minutes 34 seconds remain. Effort comes in. Well, kept out by Ahmed Abdul Razak. Nanavi with the effort. Slow and tipping it to one side. To his right was Al Said. A few oohs from the GB crowd. As it nearly crept in. Of course, that far side is one that you can't see on camera. Egypt looking to strike again with Omar Mohammed. He's unsuccessful. Well, he attempted another attempt, but in! GB will score! Finally, they have the lead. And in absolute untidy fashion, GB are in front. Ahmed Abdul Razak has had a big helping hand in helping that into the goal. It is now Egypt 3, GB 4. And now the GB crowd are singing and smiling, no doubt, with them having the lead in this encounter. It almost gave the Egyptians a 3-goal head start, but it's a brilliant comeback to come from 3-0 down to go 4-3 up. Can't help but feel from the Egypt point of view, it's a really, really bad mistake from Ahmed Abdul Razak. So it is 4-3 now to Team GB. Four minutes, 46 seconds remain on the clock. The number 7 for Egypt, Omar Mohammed, is having the ball in his hand. So only Caleb Nanavi is going to be left standing on the pitch for GB. Loftus and Roper off the pitch. It's a low effort from Mohammed, saved by Nanavi. He has kept it out. It goes off the frame of the goal. Nanavi does very, very well, just slid across the floor. Came off him. He was probably having a bit of a worry if it was going to end up going in the net. There would be no goal and would still stay 4-3. It nearly was 5-3 with the effort from Roper being tipped aside by El Said. He's had a lot of saves to make towards the end of this first half, which we're well over halfway through. As El Said has the shot, gathered up there by England and Caleb Nanavi. El Said thrown across the floor, but defending it was Matt Loftus. So they've certainly stopped the penalties of Team GB. Remember, Egypt were to go 2-0 up in this game because GB given 2 penalties away. But they've certainly been more careful and better on that front. And if you're looking to find the far corner, Abdul Razak was sliding for it, missed him, but El Said was there to hold on to it and keep it out. As he has just dropped the ball so he can touch his eye shades. Of course, he wasn't allowed to do that unless He asked the referee's permission and has done that, so smart thinking by Ahmed El Said. Of course, he got the patches on then. There's the proper outer protection. All seems all good now. As the clock stops on 3 minutes 51. Silence here in the CBS Arena. Court 1, day 1 of the goalball competition in the World Games in Birmingham, albeit a city about 25 minutes or so away from Birmingham in Coventry. Dan Roper looking to fire England back into a bigger lead. Abdel Razak there to deny him though. Looking to score was El Said. Right, off target there is Nanavi. Ball is off the court, so it will drop to Omar Mohammed. Rolls it. Stretching was Dan Roper, but it's wide. Of course, if it goes off the court without a touch off any player, it will go down as a dead ball. So over 3 minutes to go of this first half. Mixed bag for England. Started off so poorly, but then it's got a whole lot better. As the shots are coming back and forth. Just slowed down slightly by England and GB and Loftus. Roper with the attempt. Holding on to it with a good save was Abdel Razak. And then the effort from him so soon after he won it has led to a GB ball after Dan Roper saved. So he denies him. So a goal now for anyone would be absolutely massive. Egypt were to score, it'd be 4-4 against Great Britain. If Great Britain were to score, it'd go 5-3 in their favour. As we are still yet to see any movement from both benches in this encounter. Abdel Razak saves. Then he has to sort of shuffle over and move quickly to make sure it doesn't go away from him. And speaking of a change, there will be one now for Egypt as El Said will go off and Ali will go on.
Is replaced by number 4, Ali.
First change made by any side. Just before he goes on, they just obviously check to see if his eye shades are fine. Of course, when he does go on, he has to make sure it's okay, because if he does adjust them without the referee knowing, he will get a personal penalty against him. But as I mentioned earlier in that game, you can't really help but feel that players are going to be a little bit more switched on when it comes to that. Thrown forward by Ali. In the way of it for England was Loftus. And quite interesting to see that Ali has come on for Egypt with the trousers he's sort of wearing, pushed right up over his kneecaps and covering his thighs only. He has got his knee pads on, whether or not it's just how he is before, and just decides to stay how it is, as of course the Officials off the side of the pitch wipe the floor in England's half. Of course, they only do that if there's a stoppage in play. They're also doing it in the Egyptian half as well. So, again, only right that that's getting done by themselves. So it will drop to Ali. Less than 2 minutes of this first half remain. Not seen a goal for a while. Is that about to change? No, it's not. Was a forward save by Ali. Abdel Razak dived in front of him, the centre. Ali to his right, dived behind him and to his left and made a strong stop as England are going to make a change. As Nanavi, who got the fight back, started. He's going to come off as Joe Roper. Will come on. So, 2 Ropers on the pitch. Hoping to rope Egypt into conceding and making it England GB 5, Egypt 3. Restarts with a GB ball. Opportunity by Roper is one that is saved by the Egyptian defence. That was Dan Roper with the effort. Dan Roper number 7, Joe Roper number 8. Tipped onto the frame of the goal by Loftus. He's going to make way now, I think. But maybe not quite yet. It did look like he was going to wander off the side of the pitch, and David Scott for Great Britain was going to come on, but he was only just going to receive the ball, with it, of course, being off the court. So it's an England penalty. Ali defending it. This to go 5-3 up. Spinning into it is Dan Roper, but it's straight at Ali. Low save for him. And the Egyptian sub knows and guesses exactly where Great Britain plan to put it. Ali, who made a brilliant stop to stop Great Britain from scoring. Can't stop another attempt as Joe Roper makes it now 5-3 to Great Britain. Along the floor, goes off the front of Ali, goes behind him and into the back of the net. And Great Britain very much have firmly put a disastrous start behind them to make it a disastrous final end to the half for Egypt, as they now lead by 5-3. As it's been a first half where Mohamed Farahat, the Egypt coach, was ecstatic with how his side started. 3 up, 2 of them from bad errors made by the Great Britain side. And then his team have just, I don't know, maybe been taken aback a little bit by the response by Great Britain. Certainly can't use the excuse of the crowd really getting on and really inspiring the Great Britain players on the pitch, because of course they've got to stay silent. So they've just found something within themselves, those Great Britain players, that has led to them leading by 5-3. As it's nearly 5-4 with the effort from Omar Mohamed. So we're into 43 seconds left. Joe Roper got Great Britain's last goal with the effort which Abdel Razak saved. And then speaking of saves, Matt Loftus, the England centre with the save. The right winger then with the effort. which is Dan Roper. Cleared off the court by Abdel Razek. So we've got 25 seconds left, and to get the approval of the officials to take his eye shades off is Dan Roper. Remember, of course, you've got to be either fully blind or have 10% less of your vision remaining to be allowed to play goalball. And even if you do have slightly more better vision than the other players, you have to wear, of course, the same eye shades and protection to make it fair for everybody. But it does now feel like Great Britain have very much got themselves back on track. They have been dominant, have been a lot better. As we are going now into the final few seconds. Last attempt will be Great Britain's, and it will be Joe Roper. Ali will keep him out. He's done well to save the Great Britain attempts. He's been, unfortunately, the one who helped in England, Great Britain's 5th goal. When it started so badly for Great Britain, completely shocked, gave away 2 long penalties, and Egypt would score to go 2 goals ahead with Omar Mohammed. They would then go 3-0 up, but then Great Britain summoned something from within themselves and said, right, we're going to come back. And they did it right before the end of the first half. It is half-time here. It is Great Britain who lead Egypt. Egypt 3, Great Britain 5. We've certainly got a very good second half incoming for us here in Coventry.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA Anti-Doping App has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA Anti-Doping App. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
Welcome back. Great Britain 5-3 up against Egypt as they go from left to right for the second half. Egypt will go right to left in this half, and David Scott is on for Great Britain as a replacement for Joe Roper, who would get his name on the score sheet for Great Britain. And it will start off this second half with a rubber ball. Going into Great Britain's half. It was Egypt that got us underway. In the first half. So we will now see Great Britain get us underway for this second period, as they look to just try and get clearer sight of victory. And just wide it goes of the Egypt goal from Dan Roper. So on the pitch for GB at the moment, number 7 is Dan Roper. They have then Matt Loftus, the number 2 in the middle. Left side of it is David Scott. He's just come on in place of Joe Roper. For Egypt, they have in the middle Ahmed Abdel Razak, the number 3. They also then have the number 7, Omar Mohammed on, as well as the right of Ahmed Abdel Razak, the number 4, Ali Ali. So, no goals to report on. GB 5-3 in the lead. As it has been stopped in Egypt's favour. It didn't actually bounce, I don't think, in the neutral zone, so it will be a penalty here for Egypt, and a chance to maybe just get GB a little bit unsettled and a little bit nervous here. Omar Mohammed will take it and will score. It is now 5-4. He's already scored 2 penalties in this match as Omar Mohammed. Now he scores one at the start of the second half. That has meant that there is a 9th goal. And it's now Great Britain 5, Egypt 4. As David Scott was having to be the Great Britain hero there, but was unable to be, as Mohammed was able to score. Attempt now by Roper, but it's hacked away by Ali Ali with his right foot. Hit it behind himself, and always putting himself into a bit of danger with the attempt that he was trying to stop. Clearing behind him and nearly drifting in, but it didn't happen at all. Omar Mohammed with an effort. Easy though for Matt Loftus to just get a left arm to and keep out. Now David Scott will have a go. Low throw with pace. Kept hold of by Ahmed Abdel Razak. Now going for goal for England is Dan Roper. Kept out by Ali Ali. And maybe we are about to see a possible change here perhaps for Egypt soon, as Omar Mohammed goes for it. Doesn't move away from Matt Loftus though. As they are trying to get the substitution ready, Egypt, I think. The official Bas Spans has understood this. So the game has just halted for the moment. So we won't yet see this substitution. As Loftus will take for Great Britain, and it's kept out well by Ali Ali. Well, there's been really interesting, intriguing points of this game when there's been the odd goal in it. Who's going to get the next one? Will we get a 10th goal? Again, will it be one that will, if there is to be a 10th goal, be one that gets Egypt level? Will it put Great Britain 2 goals in front of Egypt? And what is the final game of the day on Court 1? Court 2 still sees action. It will be, of course, 6:15. That game will get underway in Court 2, by the way, where in action will be on Court 2 to end the day. Denmark women against Germany women. David Scott turns, goes for it. Flinging himself to deny him is Ahmed Abdel Razak. Does well indeed. Going forward now for England is Dan Roper. Really early saves. Of course, the encouragement can be said now the ball is off the court. Just heard a few fans shout, "Come on, GB." Sally Ali made a bit of a mess of the attempt. Which hasn't led to penalty for GB. You are in the lead, remember, with just under 9 minutes to go. David Scott now will take this for GB, lining up a shot past the midway point of his own half and kept out well by Ahmed Abdel Razek. Still no closer to a 10th goal. Only one this half through Omar Mohammed, who has the very next attempt. Straight at Loftus for Great Britain. His throw has led to an Egypt penalty, and this is a massive, massive moment in this game between Great Britain and Egypt. Omar Mohammed versus Matt Loftus. Who's going to win the battle? Mohammed! It puts it wide. Cheers from the GB faithful. He's just gone for that far corner away to Loftus's left, but screws it wide. Really should have done a lot better with that. Scott now has a go. Imam Mohammed with the save to stop England going further in front. Seven minutes, 57 seconds left. Stoppage in play allows the court to get a bit of a wipe. Of course, they only do come on if there is a stoppage in play. Of course, because the players are certainly moving around a lot, they're always going to leave a little bit. So it's got to be clean, it's got to be clear, and a good surface to move around on. So it would be quite difficult for some of the players to move in their own areas to try and block shots when they could potentially be slipping a little bit all over the place. Attempt by Dan Roper. Going through the middle, trying to find the middle of the goal, but Ahmed Abdel Razek keeps him out. One thing about this, you can almost sense in the crowd that real sort of tension. It was quite well sort of supported the GB women's game against Australia. It feels like this now as David Scott has nearly found a way in. Just in that corner where Omar Mohammed is, the right of your picture, he was able to make a big save to keep it at 5-4. Really a bit like squeaky bum time, a little bit of fingernail biting for the GB fans inside the CBS Arena Court 1. CBS Arena, or its full name, the Coventry Building Society Arena, but England have got themselves a chance to go 6-4 up with this penalty, which they will do! And it's Dan Roper who's got it. That might be the goal to just calm the nerves. As England are within sight, GB are within sight now of making it a first win on home soil in the Goalball. Scott having a throw, nearly going in, and right on the very end of his line was Ali. And it's gone in. Ball back. Just bounced off the side of Dan Roper, who couldn't react quick enough in terms of trying to keep it out. And it is in. And we have an 11th goal, and it is 6-5. Ali has scored for the Egyptians. We're on the pitch for England. There's the number 4, David Scott. He's over on the far side. In the middle of the three is Matt Loftus, the number 2. And then there's Dan Roper, the number 7. Over on the near side. On the near side for Egypt is Omar Mohamed, who's on the pitch, as well as Ahmed Abdel Razek, as well as Ali. So, timeout called. Of course, 4 you're allowed. 1 has to be taken in each half. At least. There's also as well the court gets a wipe. Very much too close to call. Egypt hanging in there. GB, though, in the lead, leading 6-5. As they are just 6 minutes, 25 seconds away from doing what the GB women did, and that was win their opening encounter against Australia. Remember, they were 5-1 winners there. And the GB men looking to follow suit themselves for the victory.
Substitution for Great Britain. Coming off the court, number 4, Dave Scott, is replaced by number 8, Joe Roper.
You just heard big almighty cheer when Joe Roper's name was announced to the crowd. Back on. Has scored in this match for Great Britain as David Scott comes off, having played nearly 6 minutes, nearly 50% of the second half. Very much. Still feels like there is more goals to come. Hopefully more for Great Britain. Ali moving into the middle of the goal. The gap just left by Ahmed Abdel Razek and Omar Mohamed. Loftus will allow the opportunity for Dan Roper to shoot. Who nearly very much is able to make it 7-5 for Great Britain. Omar Mohamed throwing, good holding and good handling by Matt Loftus, who didn't let go. Well kept out though by Abdel Razek. As both can't quite find a way through at the moment, with it being 6-5 in GB's favour here in Coventry. Start of the Goalball action, which will go on for the next week. Concludes on the 27th here in England. Of course, it's not just in the actual city of Birmingham, this World Games, as well as we saw Coventry, and England and Great Britain have got themselves an 8th in this game, a 7th in this game, I should say. Come from the number 8, Joe Roper. And with 5 minutes to go, a 2-goal advantage with now Great Britain. Can they now hold their nerve and not allow any sort of route for Egypt to get back in this game? As Joe Roper is the man to get it. So the change to bring off David Scott and to bring on Joe Roper has worked well for Faye Dale. And with 4 minutes, 46 seconds left. England looking for another goal to make them now convinced that they have got the job done in their opening game. They are back in action tomorrow at this time on this court, before they then have that one-day break. But it looks like it's going to be a good start for both the men and the women of Great Britain in their home tournament here in the Goalball. Ali going forward for Egypt, but turning into it. Keeping the ball close to him is the number 7 for England, Dan Roper. He'll have a go. Went past the diving Abdel Razek, and Ali was there to keep out. Timeout is being called. Has to wipe the floor as well for the officials. It is Great Britain 7, Egypt 5. In terms of the other matches that we've had today, we've had some real good games, haven't we? We had Turkey 10, Argentina 4, China 8, Greece 1. We had a 10-3, Ukraine 10, Iran 3. And Great Britain women 5, Australia women 1. Here it is 7-5 to Great Britain, who are going to end the day with a victory on the men's side to take into their second game with tomorrow. No doubt feeling happy as they, of course, will take to the field, or take to the court, I should say, against Germany. Egypt will play at 2:30 on the first court against Japan. And also as well, just a bit of a flavour for you, women's draw will see Israel take on Great Britain. That's the second game of the day from 10:45. So over 3 minutes to go. Great Britain 7, Egypt 5. Will there be a potential late bit of drama that could await us between Great Britain and Egypt? Staying away from that at the moment. Great Britain plan to steer very clear of that being the case. Egypt steering into it. Dan Roper with the attempt. Blocked well though by Ahmed Abdel Razek. Omar Mohamed there going forward for Egypt. The job is not done yet for Great Britain. Egypt shots are just kind of too straight. Great Britain, they're not quite able to find the corners. Dan Roper now has a go right to the very end line. Ali though, keeping him out. Haven't really noticed Omar Mohamed for the last few minutes of this game. Gets his body up, there's Ali to make the save, and Omar Mohamed now up, getting the ball from Ali, trying to get it away, and on the outside right of Matt Loftus. It looked like it was, but Loftus got 2 feet out to keep him out. Touch off of Omar Mohammed, but keeps it out. It stays in front of him, doesn't go behind him, luckily for himself. Mohammed will have a go again. Was going off the court, but Joe Roper wasn't to know. Stoppage in play allows the staff to clean the floor. Done for sort of safety purposes, isn't it? That is where you see the officials come on with massive brushes and sort of just make sure it's a smooth surface. So we'll now see the rubber ball drop to the lower body of Joe Roper. You will now find Dan Roper thrown forward. Not even needing to move to adjust or make a save is Omar Mohammed, who now moves over to the right of the court, goes for it, can't find a way through. Still, just to remind you, Great Britain 7, Egypt 5. Interesting to see the sort of phases of play. Maybe now the adopted tactic by Egypt is to give it to Omar Mohammed. He has found the back of the net on a couple of occasions. We're into the final minute here. Egypt are going to make a sub as Mohammed Yusuf is going to be coming on. Ali is going to come off. Again, just before he comes on, as you already know by now, getting the final check. Let's get given the green light so he can come on and play and take to the court. And here's the fresh change for Egypt is Mohammed Yusuf, and his effort is tipped away. Out for his ball. Great Britain's ball. It was a decent save as well to keep him out. As we're into the final 40 seconds of this one. Any shot Great Britain can save, they want the ball back to. They don't want it going to Egypt. It's been an enjoyable day of action, plenty of goals. And also from the home nation's point of view, it's going to be 2 wins from a possible 2. 1 for each, the women and the men's. Yusuf with the attempt, Loftus in the way. Have got to get the shot away within the 10 seconds, which they have. It is the attempt by Joe Roper. Will Egypt get one more final chance? They won't get the draw now. Although we have now stopped at 2 seconds. So a timeout called by Great Britain. Who probably now starting to think that they have got themselves a win. Has not been easy. Has had its tricky moments. This was certainly going to be a banana skin for Great Britain, and they certainly said, yeah, we'll lay down the gauntlet of a challenge. Come back from 3-0 down to now lead 7-5 with 2 seconds left of the entire game. I don't think they would have planned to have gone down that road of being and how they got up to 7-5, but that's how it is as they run the clock down. The buzzer sounds, and Great Britain men equalled the women by going off to a winning start. Not as straightforward as what Great Britain women did against Australia, but still they've got a victory. They were 3-0 down in the first few minutes of this encounter, but Great Britain responded, put themselves into the lead at the break, 5-3, and then they would add another 2, as well as Egypt add another 2, but they would hold on and get past the African side as they start off with a win on home soil in their home goalball tournament. Here at the World Games, it is finished as it rounds off the action here at Court 1 here at the CBS Arena. It is finished Great Britain 7, Egypt 5.